Hello, and welcome to another stream. This is day 4 of making a game in 10 days. And so far, we've done some pretty good progress on the mechanics of the game. And I think that today we're going to finish the core functionality for the gameplay and be doing some designs for the enemies. And yes, that's what mainly what we're going to be doing today. And yesterday, we were doing some behaviors for the enemies, different enemies that you suggested. And you can see the. Okay, so I have a widget where you can see what I'm currently doing. So now it should appear here. Yeah. So as you can see below my face, there's tasks on Notion. That's my Notion, and you can see the current tasks that I'm doing. So in case you don't know what I'm doing or you just lost some part of the stream, you can see what I'm currently doing there. So yeah, the current task is make different enemies, and yesterday we so yeah, we have 4 enemies. The game is about you're basically a turret that's on the center of the screen, and some enemies are going to come from all the sides. Your only way of moving or aiming to the enemies is by pressing the space key, and you're going to be rotating. And when you release, you're going to stop rotating and release a projectile. After, well, when you press space key again, you're going to do the same, but this time you're going to rotate the other way around. So yeah, that's basically the controls of the game. And I'm going to show you what we have at this point. And let it load. And why are we doing a game in 10 days? Because I want to participate in another game jam that's going to be starting in 10 days. So instead of just relaxing and just waiting for it to start, I decided we should do a quick challenge and try to do a game really fast. Okay, so this is what we have. I can move the space, and when I release it, you can shoot a projectile. And these enemies are the enemies that we were testing before. They move on a zigzag pattern, as you can see here. And these are the slowest enemies on the game. And you can see here that after you kill some certain amount of enemies, you're going to get an upgrade, an upgrade screen where you can select an upgrade, one of these upgrades that are going to be reshuffled each time this screen appears. So for example, I could increase my health, my fire rate regeneration increase, and we have 8 abilities in total that are stackable. So that's kind of a roguelike mechanic there. And okay, so now back to what we were doing yesterday. Here. So yesterday we were trying to make these enemies work properly, and the problem here is that currently, as you can see, I'm going to just put the game again, play. Yeah, here you can see that enemies are going to start spawning, and we only have the enemies that we are testing now assigned, so it's the only enemy that's going to spawn. But we have other enemies. But we are only spawning this one. That's the blue one, because we are testing some functionality of it. And you can see that it is going on zigzag, but for example, these ones that are in this direction are kind of stopping when instead of zigzagging, because you can see these ones are zigzagging, or maybe they aren't. So yeah, we should control how these enemies behave, And you can see these ones are zigzagging, and maybe these ones are too, but not the other ones. So that's what we are starting with. And we have another. So basically, we have the enemies functionality done, except for two things on them. There are two movements. So yesterday we started writing what how the enemies should behave. We did a table that says this is the fast enemy, the slow enemy, the normal enemy, and the really slow enemy. And we assign some variables for damage, speed, health, and movement type. So as you can see, the first three rows are kind of understandable, just damage, speed, and health. But the movement type, we chose to do something a little bit more different. That, for example, the fast one moves on a straight line. That's like the normal behavior of movement. The normal one does that too, and the slow one is going to be having a curved movement, and the really slow one is going to be zigzagging. So what we have to do now is make the zigzag work properly for the really slow enemy. And we have the code here. This is the logic that's going to run if the movement is the straight, just one point to another in a straight line. This is the movement for zigzag, and this one is for the curve. So basically, we don't have those ones. This is incomplete, and this is missing. So that's what we have to do to get to complete the first task. Okay, so what's the problem? I think that I want to separate the. Let me just add another layer here. That's black layer, because as you can see, I forgot to change layers when I was writing this. So yeah, that's a bummer. But okay, we are going to just paint this black here, and we're going to do another layer in which we are going to be writing now. Okay, so what I want to do is check. I can't do a straight line. Okay, so from here to here, here to here, and here to here. Yeah, so basically I want to check if I want to apply different directions to the movement of the enemy, depending on where they are on this quadrant, related to the player, that to the center of the screen. So if the enemy comes from here, they are going to be moving a certain way. That's going to be different from how they move here or here or here. So we will start with that. Okay. Here we have the zigzag. So this is a timer that says zig or zag. That's going to change a little bit how they work. And here I'm controlling the behavior on zig and zag. And I think I want to change this so we have more control over. We have more control over where we are on the screen, like where we are here. I want to check where we are here related to the center of the screen or the player. And let me check real quick if the streams are working correctly, because I don't want to be having troubles with the streams. Okay, they seem to be working just fine. Here, yeah, just fine. And live stream. It seems it's okay. Here, let me just check. And this is the fourth stream of this is the first stream that I've done. So we are not totally familiarized with streaming, but I'm going to get better at it, and it's going to be these 2 weeks are kind of trying to figure this streaming stuff up. So later, when we get to the game jam, that's game off, we can stream the whole month without any problems. But for now, I'm just learning. Okay, here, let's see. I want to check here on. I don't know how else I can check that I'm live and everything's working correctly. I just check if there are if the streams are appearing on yeah. So if you see if the streams are yeah, okay. Oh, Negrev, you're here. You said, yeah, I'm here before it starts. I won't be able to come so early tomorrow. I'll probably come like 2 hours into the stream. Yeah, don't worry. You come when you can. I'll be here and I'll be welcoming you when you can be here. And you said in the really slow enemy, the bottom left ones were bugged, I think. Yeah, they were bugged. They are not working correctly. So what we're going to do now is separate them in like in quadrants and make some different logic for movement depending on the quadrant that they are. And you said only the third quadrant was bugged, I think. I think the chatbot is bugged again. Yeah, I think it's having problems because it's not showing any messages, and I had to come to the to see the Clark's Island. Yo, how's this progress so far? Hello, Clark. We are pretty good on progress. We are making some more enemies. Yesterday we started making some more enemies, and yeah, that's what we're going to be doing today. And hopefully, that's all the logic that's left. All the logic that's left, so we can start designing the enemies and polishing the game. Because remember, this is day 4, so we don't have a lot of time left. We are almost at the middle of our deadline. I'm going to check here. Oh, okay, it seems to work now. Yeah, so the chat wasn't working before when I started the stream, so that's a little bit weird. So okay, first here on the SIG, and so you can see it. I'm just going to. No, I'll already show it. Later when we have some other changes, I'll just press play again so we can see how it looks. And first, I want to separate. I'm just going to do this again. So first, I want to separate the transform.position. I want to check the y. If the y is no, sorry, I don't want to check the y. I want to check the set position. Is it? Let me check. So here on the auto turret, I'm going to just move it. So this is the x, this is minus x, this is plus x, and this is plus z and minus z. Okay. So first we are going to check if the z is minus or equal to the game manager. Sorry, yeah, the game manager instance, that player position. That's just the position of our player. Set. And if not, we are going to do something else. And here, inside here, we're going to check 2 other things, like if it's up, or sorry, or if it's transform that position, that's x, it's minus, so it's to the left. Shouldn't that if be inside the else, if the last script, where? If be inside the else in the last script. No, I don't think so. Because here, are you talking about this or here? because here I just want to put an else. If this is not the case, I want to do this, but here I'm going to check for other things. So I could put an else if. Is that what if that is if that is what you're referring? If I could put just this if on here, I couldn't because I'm trying to check for other things here. Because here if transform and both of the scripts can activate, I think. Yeah, I'm going to do from scratch. So I don't want to delete it for now, because I want to copy some things that I have here. But yeah, basically we're doing it again. So, but in a better way. So here I want to check if I'm left, from the left quadrant. So this is up and left. All right. Yeah, so we are changing some other some things. So I just wanted to do it from scratch. So game manager, that instance, and player position, that x. So yeah, this is when we are going. So this is up. If we're up, this is left, and else. This is right, and this is down, and we're basically doing the same thing here. And now that we know that this is the left and up, so this is this part, then this is right and up, so this is this part, and you can get the others, like this is the down left and down right. So what are we going to do? We're going to just copy here, F6, sag, and I'm going to make this normal code, not just comments, and I'm going to just copy this here. I'm going to copy this everywhere, but we're going to be changing these values here. The screen. What's happening with the screen? I don't think it matters if you are going to split the left part of the screen in two, or the upper part of the script. Maybe it didn't matter, but this way I can control if one side of if one quadrant is having problem with moving, I can make them work differently. So this is going to so we can just try and adjust the values here. Okay, so this are they moving correctly? So let's see. One of these should work. One of the quadrants should work. The other three shouldn't. Yeah, let's see. I think the upper, yeah, the upper left, it's working just correctly. And let's see. So you can see here the upper right, it's not working because it's stopping, and here it's stopping too. Let's see. I think that maybe these ones are working too. Here, yeah, because they are not getting stopped. Yeah, they are working too. So the upper left and the lower right are working. So upper left, this is working, and this one here is working too. So we have to change some values here. Let's see if we I'm just going to replace this with an X here because we were altering the set for the ones that were not working. And maybe that's just all that we have to do. And maybe, as I always say, like, as I've said like 100 times in the other streams, maybe this is not the best way to do it, but it works. So that's what matters, and more so when we have this limited time. So is this working? I shouldn't have shut it because I can't see if it's working. Okay, this yeah, you can see here that it's kind of going slower when it's sagging. Okay, so I want to check this enemy. I want to see if it's zigging. Okay, and zig if it's having problem. When it zigs, it's having problems because it's going slower than it should, and zig is having problems. And I think the other ones are working just right. Yeah, they are having the same problem here. Okay, so let's change the on the top right or up right. We are having problems with when they're zigging. So maybe this could be the set that's going up. So set going up would be, yeah, making them go down. And maybe I can change this for on here down. I maybe want to change this for a set, and we're going to be checking what happens. Okay, so maybe I can just say minus here, -1. Let's see. Let's just try. And I'm yesterday I checked again what was happening with the chat. Yeah, there were some problems with Caster Labs. That's the program that I use to display the chat on stream, and that's also the one that I use to read the chat. So if we have a problem with Caster Labs, I can't read you, and it's not going to show on the stream. Okay, so these ones are working just right, and I think these ones are, yeah, kind of working too. I don't know why this one like just stopped, but I think they're working right. Yeah, you got this. What's up, Neskid? Welcome to the stream. We are doing. The game is looking good. Thank you, Clark Silent. We are, yeah, just doing some more enemies, and it's taking form. We don't have the visuals yet, but it's taking form. And I see that when we get to like a straight line here, pour through and have fun. I will have fun. So we can see here that the enemies that get to like like in this specific part of the screen are going to be like stop zigzagging and just try to go to the center. So that's weird behavior, but I think that because that's the way it's controlled right now. So maybe I could say like here, like we checked and it was working all right. I think so. I'm going to just do another check to see if this is working correctly, because I think that the zigzagging is kind of, it's not perfect, but it kind of works. So that's enough for now. We can improve it later, I think. Is this whole game just mechanic focused, or will there be like a lore story? I think it's going to be just mechanic focused because we are doing it on 10 days, and I just want something really small to that's playable. That's just what we're looking for. Something small that's playable, and yeah, maybe no story for this one. I do plan on doing some things with story with a friend, but that's not going to happen soon. Okay, so here when they get to the exact centers of horizontal or vertical, they are going on a straight line. So that's not the intended behavior, but I think it's okay for now. And they are zigzagging, so we can move on to the curved to the curved movement type. So we have the zigzag here, we have the straight line here, and fun. Yeah, so that's a lot of fun. So we are going to be doing a curve. So what yeah, this is a roguelike. Because when you eliminate certain amount of enemies, you're going to get that screen that lets you improve your abilities, and they can stack. So you can choose an ability multiple times, and it's going to improve your chances of, for example, firing a fire projectile instead of a normal one, or yeah. Negrov says, I think the curve should be split 2.1 curve to the left, 2 point minus curve to the right. Okay, so we could do on quadrants too, but I think that we could use some basic maths here that allows us to just say something like this. Like what we have is nested some pretty good emojis there. Okay, so let's, for example, say that this is our current position. This is 0, 0, x and y, or sorry, x and z, because y is the height. So we can say this 0, 0. It's going to be always 0, 0 because this is our turret and we are at the center of the screen. So if we want to make a curve with these coordinates, and this is x and z, if we want to make a curve, we could check, like, this is the when you add or get the yeah, when you add this coordinates, you're going to get a third point here, and I want to turn this into a curve, right? So what we could do instead of a straight line, what we could do is use a formula that's not one that I've thought of. It's a normal formula on mathematics that's for Bezier curves. So a Bezier curves, you have to there's an equation that you have to pass a start point, an end point, and two control points, and you will have a function that's basically a Bezier curve. So we can try and implement that, and if that doesn't work, we are going to just trying to maybe get the half of this, get a point in the middle, kind of here, or we could, yeah, like get a point here, and try to get points, get some points here, and construct a curve in a different way. But first, we're going to try some the normal way of doing curves, or one of the normal ways of doing curves. And we first are going to start with trying to do a Bezier curve. So basically, I have a formula. I don't know this from memory. I have a formula on my right screen that I'm going to be implementing here. So what we need for a Bezier curve, as I mentioned, is the start point, the end point, and two control points. So for now, I think that yeah, we first need to declare the start point. The start point is vector 3, the start point. Start point, and the start point is, I want to declare the start point at the beginning of the movement or when it spawns. So I'm going to make this a variable here, a variable that's not local. People who code are so powerful. I know, right? But I'm not the best coder. But having, yeah, like you could, if you are a coder and a mathematician, you are the most powerful people. Yeah, the most powerful person in the world. But I'm just a coder, not a mathematician. Yeah, let me drink some. Oh, I'm not using a lot of math here. Yeah, I'm not using a lot of math, but we're just going to be using some math for the movement of one of our enemies, but the rest of the project doesn't have a lot of maths. So here we are going to need to create a private. What type of this? This is a vector 3. I think we could do it with vector 2, but let's just use a 3 here, and we can change it later. So yeah, vector 3, this is going to be start position, and the okay, and we always going to know that the end position is 0 0. So 0 0, we can say it's this. We have a normal way of describing it that's already integrated on Unity, so we can use that instead of creating another another variable. So okay, what we need for this is I'm just reading the formula. So we will need to calculate the direction. We'll need to get the direction from 2, and we are later going to implement it. So first, what do we need? I'm going to create another private here. Private. I'm going to return a vector 2. Sorry, vector 2 here. And so calculate direction, I'm going to call this one. And what we will need is a vector 2 here. That's going to be the start. We are going to need another vector 2. That's going to be the end. That we're going to be passing the vector that's 0. That's the position of our turret, of our player, of us. And we need 2 more variables here. One is control point. I'm just going to call control point 1, and another one, vector 2, control point 2. Okay, so with this one, it's going to be throwing me an error right now because I'm not returning anything, but it's just right. Bug Systema says, idea, add a piece of stale bread. I don't know how it would fit on the theme, but if we have a chance to do that, we will add a piece of stale bread. Yeah, another bot like there, but this is not a bot from. This is not on YouTube or on Twitch. Yeah, Kick is full of bots. I think I'm just going to stop streaming on Kick and just stay with Twitch and YouTube, because yeah, all the days that I've been streaming on all the days that I've been streaming on Kick, it's just full of bots. Like maybe some person see the stream, like have one viewer or one follower, but I think that if that person wants to see the stream, it can go to another platform because Kick is just full of bots. Uh, oh, best promoter 9. Uh, a Discord bot. Username, yeah, best promoter. Yeah, that's that one is from Kick. So you can see here that appears there, but it's not on YouTube. So don't worry. Okay, so where were we? We were writing this function. So here, what we will need to do with this with this with these variables is first I like to make a function that's going to be res, and I like to return res at the finish of my function. So here it says, yeah, unassigned local variable res. So I like to say, yeah, here vector that vector2 that's 0. So I initialize the value of vector of this vector, and here I'm going to do the functionality and then change the value of res through the code. So then I can return it, and we have it there. Okay, so I'm going to what we need to do is let's see this. Okay, so I'm just copying the equation here, but on code. So this is a normal equation on or a formula rather. I don't think it's an equation. It's a normal formula for getting Bezier curves. That's an already made formula for generating curves between points. Control point 1 minus the start times 1 minus the time. I'm going to need time. Yes, I'm going to need time. And I can specify this time here, float time. And yeah, so it says here 3 times control point 2 minus control point 1. And if this doesn't work, we can later make something that works for our specific case. We don't actually have to use some already made formulas. We can do our own, but it's always nice to rely on the work of other people because it's saving you time, and it mainly works better than what you can come up with in a short time at least. Okay, so here, yeah, I have to multiply this by time again. Time. And then I'm going to say that res is going to be equal to dp0. But I'm going to first normalize it first, yeah, here, and then I'm going to return it. So that's all for now. Clark Silent says, are you going to add meta progression on this game? What's meta progression? I'm going to search it because, like, I know it's a normal term on gaming, but I'm not sure what it is. Meta progression. What is meta progression? Meta progression is when you progress enough through the game that the meta changes. Example, you unlock a new weapon, so you should ditch. So if what you're referring to is like if the game is going to be changing on gameplay, when you get to a certain point, it's not going to change the gameplay too much, but it's going to change the difficulty. Like for example, as much when the time when the time progresses, it also starts spawning like more enemies and more enemy types, because we have for now we are just spawning one enemy that we're testing, but we're going to be spawning each enemy, each of one of the four enemies, with a certain amount of probability to spawn, and that maybe is going to change. So yeah, that's the progression that the game will have. Okay, so we have one of the two functions that we need, because we need another function, is vector2 too, because I want to get vector2 from it, and it's going to be called get direction from. And we need the same thing. Vector3, we will need the start. We will need vector2, the end. And here we will need the control points, like just the same as we did before. Vector2 control point 1. Vector2, and another vector2, control point 2, and float that's going to represent the time. Okay, now I'm going to put the brackets, the curly braces here. So yeah, I hope I answered your question. I wasn't sure what meta progression was, so I'm sorry if I couldn't. Okay, so here, what we will need now is what's the formula for this one? So yeah, we have a vector 3 dir. I like to call this dir, but it's direction, and we're going to use the previous function that we just wrote. We're going to be passing the start, the end, the control point 1, the control point 2, and the time. And we are going to, well, I think that we're not actually going to need this function. We can just use the direction for, let's see. Yeah, so we can change the time here and say, okay, first we will need we'll need to calculate the from the starting point and the end point, what are the control points. So we will need a vector 2 here that returns maybe we can assign them here. Let's say private vector 2 control point 1, and we're going to create a new one, vector 2, sorry, control point 2, and we will need the end position, because it's always 0, 0, and we are going to need another float time that we can use to add to the timer. Because this formula uses time to draw the curve. Okay, so I want to say something here. Okay, I want to, here I'm going to just delete this. And I have to pass the start, the end, and we won't need this. We won't need this. Just want the start and the end. And I'm going to call this get control points. And what I'm going to do here is say here vector, I need a vector2 array, and it's going to be called control points, and it's going to be equal a new vector2, new vector2 with a size of 2. And what's the problem with this? Vector2 is an ambiguous reference between unintended vector2 and system.numerics.vector2. Oh, so basically it added, I don't know why this still happens. Like these are the normal libraries that are included with each script. When you create a new script, these are the ones that are default. But sometimes my VS Code tries and add another library that seems to be useful for me. Like it thinks it's useful, but it's just running my code. Okay, get control points. And this is the return type. Okay, here. So we are going to at the end, we're going to return the control points. And for now, we don't have the functionality yet, but for now, I want the I want to say here if the movement type or enemy here, enemy data, that movement type or enemy movement, it's equal to curve. I'm going to say here control, or rather vector2 array control points. It's going to equal to get control points, and I have to pass here the start, so that's the start position, and the end, that's going to be vector3 or vector2, that's 0. And yeah, that should make this control points. Yeah, that should give me the control points. So I'm just going to say control point 1, it's equal to control points, the first index, and control points p2. Control points 2 is going to be the control points, the second index, so that's 1. So later when we need it, we're going to have it before using it. Okay, so this is calculate direction. And I'm just going to check that everything's working, because I wasn't getting the messages before. Just going to open this real quick, YouTube, and see. Because before you were writing some messages on chat and I couldn't see. So I just want to check that everything's okay. I just want to check that everything's okay. Also, it seems that it's okay. I just want to check that everything's okay. And if you heard the duplicated audio, it's because I was watching the stream. Okay, control points. So yeah, we need to. So I'm just going to do a quick drawing here, so we can better understand this problem. And we need, for example, let's say I'm going to delete this, but let's say here, let's say that this is the point that we're starting, and this is, for example, 150, or rather minus 150 and 50. And this is 0, 0 always. So what should we do? We should get some. We can divide this in 4 parts. Like do this here. We divide this in 4 parts. Is that 4? That's 3? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. And we can get the first part here. And the second control point could be here. And we could divide this here too. So we could divide here. Yeah, and we could divide this in 4 too. So basically, where these points meet, there should be a control point. But I think it's not going to be the best solution here, because I'm going to say here how to get control points. Control points for a Bezier curve. That's the formula that we're using to generate the curve. How do I find the control point for a Bezier curve? And Stack Overflow says, don't worry, it may seem intimidating because there are just like random letters, but that is read. Okay, so find helpful sources to understand Bezier curves here and here. To do what you want, I would give a try the cat-mule-roam approach, which is okay. So we have a word here that we can search. Cat-mule-roam, centripetal cat-mule-roam spline. Okay, and let's see. Maybe this is not what we're looking for. We're just okay. So to get to know control points, P1 and P2, you need to apply the equation in a known point of the curve. Take into account that the 2D equation is vectorial, so each point provides 2 equations, one for x and one for y. And you got 4 unknowns, x and y for each point. So for the first node of the curve, you would have the x equal 1 minus 0 p1x plus 0 p2x. Okay, so I'm going to just search for another resource that I can find in the control points of a Bezier curve. Let's see. So yeah, we're getting into some mathematics here. And I don't want, I want this to be the simplest way possible. So maybe if we have to use a lot of maths, I'm going to change the way we are getting the curve. Okay, so how the curve is calculated, midpoint of 2 points is as follows. So yeah, we are just dividing like we were doing here, but they are getting the midpoint. So here they're getting this, and I know that I can get the midpoint of this, or rather, instead of getting the 2 control points from here, we can get a midpoint here. But instead of it being the like exact middle, could be like here or in between this. So that would make a better curve. Something like this. Okay, so let's just see here. So if we get a point here, it would be creating some pretty different curve of what we need. But let's just check what it has to say here. Okay, how a Bezier curve is calculated, taken from Stack Overflow. Finding the control points. Knowing this, we can see the y value of M3 and M5 Okay, so yeah, we're getting to some pretty nasty mathematics. But these are just Bezier curves. It's going to be like maybe they are already implemented solutions for this. But I think we could implement our own function. Yeah, that seems pretty complicated. Yes, it seems pretty complicated. Um, because we could like spend time doing this, or come up with something that's like custom for us. So I'm going to just try to think of what we could do that's custom for us, and we don't need to do a lot of maths. But at the end of the day, if we want to find curves, there are some uh, there are some like standard ways of solving this. So maybe what I was thinking is that we could get the midpoint here of, for example, from here to here, we have a straight line, right? And this is the middle point. Okay, so instead of just getting the middle point, we can add to this middle point to get like something like this maybe. So this is no longer the middle point. We are adding what about use degrees? You'll point to the turret plus 45 degrees. If we use degrees, the thing is that the coordinates are going to stay the same. If we are adding degrees, the calculations are not going to be impacted because we are using x, y, and z, and not using rotation, because maybe we can represent the rotations with x, y, and z, but what we are passing here is our positions. So maybe instead of using like maybe this is so this is the highest point that connects the two points. So here is the enemy position. But I think that that you said what you said it would work for other cases where rotation is taken into consideration. So that's good logic thinking, like thinking logically. Okay, so here that's the highest point where it connects, and I want the middle point, and I want somewhere between the middle of here and here. I want the middle point of this. No. So yeah, I want the middle point of this from here to here. I want the middle point. And maybe what we could do is like, now we have 3 points. And it's kind of a curve. The only thing that's making this not being a curve is the lack of points. So maybe instead of just connecting here, we could do the same for here. Yeah, for here and for here. And it still would be like a little bit of a choppy curve, but that would be a curve anyway. Now, how do we get these points here? We can say, okay, let's just divide this by. I'm going to change the color, so it's better. Okay, so it's easier to understand. And here, for example, we could say, okay, this is our middle. This is our, we're parting this again. So we're getting 1, 2, 3, 4 parts. And that's the way, and that way we could get these other points. And that should give us this curve. Does that curve seems like a good curve, or is it too choppy? Because we can add we can keep adding more points to the calculation for it to be more like an like a smoother curve. But is it necessary? What do you think? It's choppy, but it doesn't make sense to just keep adding points, I think. Okay, so let's just implement this. I'm going to be putting the drawing here, and I'm just going to comment this in case that we need them for later. What we will keep from the things that we were doing before is this. So that way we were kind of getting control points from that equation, or sorry, from that logic. We were getting some control points, but I think that if we get them, we can just use them instead of making a curve with them. So what else did we not need? This we'll not need. So at first I want to store the start position, and the start position should be assigned here. Start position here equal to vector, or rather transform that position. That's the current transform or of our object, of the object that's this script is attached to. So yeah, we get this start position, and we have the end position that's always 0, 0. So what we're going to do is, for example, we this would be the equation if we were. In what layer am I writing this? Here. I'm going to just make it a little bit smaller and make this to the center. So yeah, this is the center, but we will need, I think, a different equation for each side. So it gets always to the center. Like for example, if I spawn here, I want to do basically the same, but yeah, it's not going to. Yeah, we can take care of that later. But first, let's just say here that we will need we'll need 3 points. Okay, so first let's go to a new function here, private. Do I need to return something? I think I need to return, yeah, I need to return vector3 or vector2, an array of vector2. And this function is going to be called get path or get curve path. And what variables will I need? I won't need to create a variable here that's oh yeah, I'm going to need a vertical, oh sorry, a vector2 start vector2. I think it's kind of repetitive, but we're figuring out stuff. Like the previous streams were kind of super smooth because we didn't have we didn't have any complex problems. Okay, the curve won't work if the enemy spawns on the lines between quadrants. Yeah, that's not going to work if they spawn in the lines between quadrants. You're right. So we can make this seems like pretty ugly, but we could do that if they spawn on. Let's just not spawn enemies on the lines that are between the quadrants, so that way they don't get like that. But I think that, for example, for the zigzag ones, they are going to be stuck there, at least just for now. So we're just trying to not spawn there. And the curve movement should work if they are not there. Or we could just say, like for the zigzag enemies, if they are on that position, maybe we can extend their movement, the zig or sag movement, until they get to a space where they don't get stuck. Okay, but first let's do this with the curve. Okay, so we need a vector start and I think that's all that we will going to need. Okay, so why is it? Yeah, not all code. Yeah, I have to create a vector2. Going to be res equal new vector2 with a size of 5, and I'm going to return res. Yeah, vector2 res. Sorry, yeah, I put this on the wrong with the wrong order. New vector2. What's the problem with this? Oh, again, it added a library for me that I don't need. You see, system.diagnostics and system.numerics. I didn't add them. VS Code automatically added them for me, and I don't need them. Okay, so we have vector2 res, and the first thing that we need to calculate is the highest point here. So we're going to do this step by step. So first, what we need to calculate is this point. So this point is, for example, if we are here on, this is going to be plus 150. So this is going to be so this is the x and y, x and z. So this is the z. We will make this 0. Yes, we will make this 0 and 150. So for example, what's the logic of this? We're just adding. I don't know how it will work for the other quadrants, because I'm just going to make a quick drawing here. Let's, for example, say that I'm the other way around. I'm here. Or let me change the color. Let's say I'm the other way around. Dulce Waltzy, hi! Welcome to the stream. We are on the 4th day of developing a game in 10 days, and we're currently doing some behavior for our enemies. The game is about you're a turret that's on the center of the screen. Some enemies are going to surround you, like come to attack you, and you can only move by pressing space, and you're going to be rotating. When you release space, you're going to shoot, and yeah, each time you press space, the rotation direction is going to change. You may not have understood this, but if you stay for a while, I'm going to show what we have done until this point. Okay, so let's see if this is to the other. Let's just extend this point here, or like this. Okay, let's just say we are here, and this is, for example, on Z, or this is 150, so it's positive, and this is 50, or is it 50? No, I think that's minus 50. Yeah, minus 50. And we will need to say here, Okay, so I want the point here. Because we, either way, we could get like the point here and it would also make a curve. That would be like this curve. But let's say we get this point here. So we would need to add. So this is add or subtract 50 to get to this point. And this is, yeah, so we just have to subtract 50 from on here. And we are going to be adding 50 to this one. Or sorry, subtracting. No, sorry, I'm wrong. Here it's adding, so it gets 0. Minus 50 plus 50 is 0, so we are getting here. And here we are subtracting the 50, so we can get here. And yeah, I'm going to do the same for the other points here. Let's just say, so for example, this would be like, this would be minus 150. And this is minus 50. So yeah, that's, that would also mean that we have to make a plus 50 here. And the curves would be like this in this case. Like here would be our middle point, be like something like this. And our middle point here would be, let's see, would be something like this. And let's do the last one. And it's not exact, but it's okay. So we have here it would be something like this. Just a rough drawing for thinking how this will work. So here the coordinates would be 150 and would be 50 here, or yeah, here 50. Okay, so what we need to do here is minus 50. And now that we have that drawing, we can come here and say, okay, so how do we know when to add and when to subtract? So I'm going to call this vector 2 point, like highest point or connection point. And this is going to be equal to it's going to be equal to the start point. This is the start point, for example. This is the start point. And I have to say, so yeah, on the z axis, I want to subtract the end, or yeah, I need the difference. So yeah, so I need, this is going to be a control point. It's going to be equal to start. And then connection point dot set, it's going to be equal to the difference between the between 0 and start. So we we are we're adding or subtracting depending on where we are on. So for example, yeah, here, if this is positive, we have to subtract. And if this is negative, Negerev says, I'll be going now. Have to study for tomorrow. Okay, it was a pleasure having you here, and good luck with studying. And if you have a test for tomorrow, good luck with your test too. So yeah, take care, and I'll see you again in the next stream that you can be here. So yeah, good luck and take care. Okay, so here let's go back to this drawing. So yeah, if this is positive, I have to make it negative, and if this is negative, I have to make it positive. So the way we do that is by thanks, Heya. See you too. It's so nice to have you here from the day one you were here. So I always have that. I always remember that name. Okay. So here, what can we do to invert the a positive to a negative? We can say start set times -1. So if it's positive, it's going to be negative, and if it's negative, it's going to be positive. -1. And what does it say? Parentheses can be removed. What's the problem with this? Vector 2 does not contain. Okay, so I need a vector 3 because we're working in 3 dimensions. I want to return a vector 3 too. And yeah, we need a vector 3 here. Vector 3. Because otherwise it's not going to work as intended. Okay, here is yeah, so we have until this point. With this, we have this point. So this is the connection point. We're already calculating the connection point, and we want to get yeah, the middle point. And the middle point we are going to get with for example, here, to get the middle point, I'm going to create a new layer, so I can later like just erase this. So here, for example, I could say if I want to get the middle point here, I should subtract or add half of yeah, half of x. Half x. So yeah, plus x, and that gets us to here. And to get this, we're going to add z. So z should be half of y, right? No, half of z. Yeah, half of z. Half of z times -1. Half of let's see, is z divided by 2, and that is times -1. And this one is let's see, this is half of x here times -1. Okay, so here we are going to, yeah, we're getting this. We're getting this point because we're going here and here. So that's going to get us our middle point. We're going to create a new vector 3, middle point equal our middle point equals what we have here. So what do we want to do? We want to first. Great job, dude. I don't know how to call you. It's just a face. Your name is a face, but thanks for the message and for being here. So welcome. We are doing a game in 10 days. This is day 4. And why are we doing this? Because we are going to be participating in a game jam that's called Game Off, and it's starting November 1. So we just have that time until it starts, and I wanted to do something before it started instead of just waiting. Okay, so x divided by 2. That should give us that should make us go right to get the middle point. So let's say that, or let's just assign this to the endpoint, middle point equal start, or sorry, the start point, and the middle point we're going to say we're going to add to this the here. So we're going to add half of the starts x. Yeah, so x start, this is from the start. So start x, start x times, divided by 2 minus, or times -1. And this should be, I'm going to reassign it. And middle point, what do I want to change? I want to change the middle point x. So yeah, I'm changing the x here. It's going to be equal to that. And the middle point z is going to be equal to the same thing that we did here. The start.z divided by 2 times -1. Start z divided by 2 times -1. And let's see, why do we have an error here? It says, okay, yeah, because this is a vector tree. Okay, so currently we are at the step that we already calculated this point. We have the middle point here, and we get to calculate, let's say, this point is going to be called highest point, because it's the highest point on the curve. Let's calculate that. Vector 3, highest point, best point, and highest point is going to be, let's see. Let's go back to the drawing. It's better if we have a drawing or we draw stuff, because that way we can understand visually what's happening when we do anything. So yeah, I'm going to just create a new layer. And here we are going to calculate this point. So this point is in the middle of the points that we already calculated. So this is the connection point, this is the middle point, and this is the highest point. So what we need to do is say let's see what we need to do is say, like, I could what would happen if I, okay, so let's see, let's just graphicate this point here. This point is minus 150, and it's 0 because it's on this axis, and this one is on what is it? Is so yeah, halfway here is minus 75 because it's the half of this, and it's the half of the height, so it's 25. So what I could do is say like, okay, now I want half of the middle point between these two and the middle point between these two. So that would be making, so as this is 0, we just have to say divided by 2, and this is going to be half of this is here. So yeah, roughly like this is going to be something like this. And this is 12.5. I think that's half of 25, right? Yeah, 12.5. And what's the other part? So yeah, we have the height, and we need the half of this this here. So you can see here that this would be the difference between minus 150 and 75, and we can calculate that by let's get the calculator. Get the calculator, and minus 150. Let's see, yeah, minus 150. I think I need to say like, how do we get this? Yeah, 75 minus 75. Sorry. Minus the distance between 75 and 150. That's half of the half. So 75 divided by 2. So yeah, this is 37.5. 37.5. So minus 37.5. So that's 112.5. So this is minus 112.5. And yeah, we don't need the parentheses. 120 and 12.5. So that's how we get the new coordinates to the middle point. So how do we pass this to code? Let's open our Visual Studio here. So highest point is here. So what we did to get the highest point in the drawing is say, okay, for the x, I need the going to be equal to the middle point dot x minus middle point, because it's half of it, middle point dot x divided by 2, and that should give us the x for this one. And now let's get the set from this one. Highest point dot set equal, and what we define is that this should be okay, this should be let's see, the set we were just we were just saying, okay, if we're 75 from the middle point, we're going to be doing the half of basically, yeah, the middle point dot set divided by 2. And I think that should give us the highest point. Yeah, so now we already have, let me do another layer. We already have this point calculated. Well, we have these ones too. And we have this all the data that we have. And with that, we need to calculate these two. So what I could do is say like I could say like let me think. How could we get, because for now it's going to be looking really choppy. We need 2 more points, so it's not like this, and it's more curved. We need at least the other 2 points. So we are going to for now we're going to pass the first to this res 0. It's equal to start. Res we need 1 is equal to something that we haven't calculated already. I don't know why I can't. Yeah, here. Res this is the middle of the path. This is going to be the highest point. The highest point. And why is it throwing an error? Use of unassigned local variable highest point. Let's just say this is vector 3, that's 0 for now. And that should solve the problem. And this res 3 is something that we have to calculate. And rest res 5, sorry, 4, because it's an array from starting to counting the 0 from 0. So it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's the 5 points. And this is the end. Okay, so we need to calculate these other 2 points. And we are mostly done with the logic for the curve. And okay, so we have these points. And how do we get these points, for example? How do we get this point? What would happen if we get half of this, and we get half of this, maybe? Yeah, this would be like, this would be this would be where disconnect. So that's not what we want to get. Maybe we can get just this. So if we divide this by 4, we can get this point, right? But that is not the one that we want, because that, and maybe what we need is, how much times should we divide this to get this? I think if we divide this by 6, it would be better if we had like an actual, not a drawing, but like something that's measured, so we don't commit mistakes. But it's okay for now. Maybe some other day that we have to do something like this, we are going to be better prepared. Okay, so how do we get this point? That's going to be like the most boring stream of I don't know how much long. But yeah, tomorrow is going to be better because today we're doing some boring mathematics and not just actual mechanics. But it's like necessary for making it. So yeah, we have to stick to it. Okay. How do we get this point? I'm not sure. Let's see. If we divide this, for example, let's just get first. We could use this point, okay? Or maybe if we divide here, this is the half of our. This is half of our. Yes, this is the middle point. This is the middle point. So maybe if we add to here, we will get a straight line to it. Yes, we will get a straight line to it. And what could we do to get that? So how much should we add to get to this point or subtract? This is we have to find this coordinate. How many times do I have to divide this to get the value? I think it's like maybe 6 times. It seems like it. Maybe 6 times, because this is half. Like this is half, and I'm just going to be like this is another here. Yeah, I'm not sure. So yeah, we already know how to get this one, because this one is between the middle and we can divide this by 4. Like the middle, we can divide this by 4 and add this to it. So let's make a calculation to get this the x. Okay, so x here is going to equal to, how do we get this? X equals to let's see. So here is going to be going. This is half. So this is yeah, this is going to be minus 75. This is the half of x of yeah, x divided by 2. Half. I should make this a little bit more clear. X divided by 2, yeah. Here, so we have minus 75, and we can add, I think that if we add here, plus x divided by 4. And that should give us this point. And here, how this is the thing that we are not able to do yet. How do we get this point? And we just have to get 2 more points, and we are we are done with the curve. And yeah, we're almost like 2 hours just solving this problem. But that's what happens sometimes. That's natural for this. Okay, so let me see. Yeah, so here. Okay, we have this point, and this should be like somewhere along the curve. Somewhere along the curve. So maybe I'm gonna get this exact point. So this we already know. This one is we have the x for this one. So x is let's get the calculator. Minus 150 minus 150 divided by 2. Okay, so that's 75 plus x, that's minus 150 divided by 4. So that plus minus 75, that's 112. Yeah, 112.5. And is that the same thing that we have here? That we had here? No, that's not this. Or yeah, it was 112.5 was another number that was provided to us. Like, okay, so let's just open, like, activate this layer, and we have this as 100 minus 100. No, I think we should add to this like a positive value. So before subtracting the 37.5, we should make this another parenthesis times -1. So that way we get minus 75 plus what was the number? 37.5. 37.5. And that's minus 37.5. And I think that this is not correct, because this should be divided by 8. Because we wanted to get, we don't want to get like what we were getting. We were getting something like this. Minus 37.5 is here. We want to get half of it. So we must divide it by 8. So that's going to give us another result. So let's get the calculator again. So minus 150. Yeah, minus 150 divided by 8. That's that divided or multiplied by -1. It's 18.75 positive. 18.75 positive. So yeah, minus 75 plus 18.75. So yeah, this is minus 56.25. minus 56.25. That's the x, and the y should be, I think we can just divide this by 8 as we did with here. This is roughly the center. This is roughly another cut on the center. So what happens when we divide this? This is divided by 4. So yeah, when we divide by 8, this, we could get this. Are you trying to calculate a curve? Yes, I'm calculating a curve. And we were first trying to use a Bezier curve, like the formula for the Bezier curve, but it was like, we didn't get to implement it correctly. So now we are calculating our custom curves for this enemy path that we're trying to make. So what we have now, we have calculated here. We have the start point, the end point, and the highest point. So basically we have this one. We have, I'm going to change the color. We have this one. Oh, you can see that color. So yeah, we have this one here, this one here, this one here, this one here, and yeah, we have this one here too. And we are using these ones for the path, but we don't want this path to be like this. We want to add 2 other points for, so it's a little bit better. Okay, so I'm going to delete this, and okay, so that should give us the x, and the y is going to be, yeah, the y is going to be this divided by 8. So this is the y is equal to y, yeah, y divided by 8. And that should give us, let's just check. This is 50 divided by 8. And that should be, or rather, this is not the y, because we are working from the top down. So this is the z, sorry. Z. This is z too. And this is the result, 6.25. 6 point. I would use GeoGebra when I do a curve. It's very convenient. I'm gonna search that. I don't know what it is. GeoGebra. Favorite free math tools. Here you can. Oh, it's like this. They have an online graph calculate thingy. Oh, okay. Let's see. Geometry could be this here in geometry. I'm going to say or search GeoGebra graph. Graphing calculator. Oh, okay. So yeah, I think I should have been using something like this, but we started like really, we didn't, well, I didn't think that I would have to do some, be doing some more complex calculations. So I just drew them. But for the next time, I have to do some complex calculations because we're already finishing with these ones. I'm going to use this tool that you used, showed me. So thank you very much for sending the message. I really appreciate it. Okay, so I'm going to just save this on my favorites. And okay, so I need to get the one of the points. That's going to be the third point. So basically, this one here, and that one is going to be equal to the thing that we said before. That's x equal x divided by 2. I'm going to put this on my other monitor so I can just copy the formula here. So x equal to rest3 or rest3 that x equal to x. That's the which x are we using? We're using the start dot x divided by 2 plus the start, sorry, another parenthesis, start x divided by 8 and times -1, so it gets a positive number. And we're going to do the same now, but with the set, and set it's equal to, we don't need the parentheses here, but I like to put them anyway, set divided by 8. Okay, so we just have to calculate one more point, or rather than calculate, get the formula for it. And this should be something similar to what we just did, but I think that we can just invert the numbers, because this would be, I'm going to create another layer. I'm going to use maybe another color so it doesn't get mixed here. So yeah, this would be like this point, right? So we can get this point by saying like this is a half, this is half, and it's like 1/8. So I'm going to use yeah, do this. So this is the yeah, this is 1/8. We are going to be adding 1/8 to but positive, and we are going to be getting the middle of the middle point here. So we have the midpoint. Let's do the formulas here. So x equal to start, or well, it's just the x plus here x times I'm going to put x like this so it doesn't get mixed, times -1, so it's a positive number. And I'm going to say here another parenthesis, or yeah, that's I think that's just all we need, because we are saying, oh yeah, we have to divide this by 8, divided by 8. We could have done the division before or after, so well, but it doesn't matter. Noob Games, hello and welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're making game. We're making we are just making some this is what we have right now, is just a game where you're a turret, so different enemies are going to be coming from all the sides of the screen, and you can only move with the space key. The space key lets you rotate, and when you release the space key, you're going to fire. And the next time you press the space key, you're going to move to the other side. So yeah, that's basically it. And when you delete a certain or eliminate a certain amount of enemies, you're going to be getting a screen that's going to make you, or yeah, that's going to show the 3 different abilities that you can pick from. That's going to be like stackable abilities. So it's kind of like a roguelike. And we have to finish it on these 10 days because on November 1st, another game jam that I want to join starts. So instead of just waiting for it to start, I decided I would make a game in 10 days. And this is day 4, so we already are 2 hours deep in this stream. And we have 3 hours left for today. And if we finish the logic for wow, good job, man! Thank you very much. Yeah, if we finish the logic for today, or for the enemies, we are basically done with most of the things. So we can move on to make this thing actually look good, because now it looks like there are some capsules, there are some cubes and stuff. So yeah, we want to change the design, put some polish, and hopefully launch the game before the time ends. So some of the enemies are working just now, but we are currently making this. We're calculating. We want to have. I'm going to show you the other. Oh, I think I don't have that drawing that we did before. But basically, we have 4 enemies. Some that are fast, some that are normal speed, some that are slow, and some really slow. And they have 3 different kinds of movements. One is going to go like in a straight line to you. The other one is going to go in zigzag to you. And another one that we're doing right now is going to be going to you in a curve. So that's what we're doing right now. Searching Google Kenny assets, you will find cool assets for your game. Yeah, I've seen a lot of cool assets for that are done by Kenny's, and I've used them in the past. For example, they have a really cool asset that's for Space Invaders, I think. So yeah, I think I'm going to be doing the models myself, because I want to do something a little bit more custom, and something that's Halloween themed. So it fits the date. Surcat Finland. Is this the first day of your making this game? No, this is the 4th day of we actually making this game. Yeah, we started on Monday, so this is the 4th day. And we are 2 weeks into the development for today, and it's going to be a 5-hour stream as always. And I think I'm going to be as the title says, is 10 days. So because it's the game jam that I want to participate starts the next Friday. We won't have the Friday on the next week. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be streaming this Saturday too. So yeah. Noob Game says, I can't code, so I make games in Scratch and G-develop. That's super cool. And I think that if you can make games in Scratch and G-develop, you are getting the basic way of thinking of how you are going to be thinking when you use the programming languages. So don't be intimidated by writing code, because it's like you already know what to do if you are using these other engines. What you don't know yet is like how to pass your way of thinking to lines that the computer understands. But I would encourage you, if you are interested in just picking up a game engine that's introductory for writing code. Like for example, I started with Game Maker. That has its own language. That's not that's a little bit easier to start with. Zero Cat Finland says, I make games in Unity, and also I'm not coding. So I use ChatGPT. Oh, if you, I think that yeah, if you are using ChatGPT, that's totally okay. You can get some ideas or some things that are a little bit more complex to implement. You're going to get uh, using ChatGPT. So totally cool. The thing is just making games. It doesn't matter how you make them, just that you can finish them or put all your ideas into the game. It doesn't matter how you do them. Okay. Noob Game says, I'm gonna subscribe, man. You're very kind, bro. I hope you be good every day. Thank you very much for subscribing. I really appreciate it. And it's a pleasure to have you here, and your comments are really good. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. We have the formula for getting the x on this point on this point, but that we still have to calculate, and we want to get the we want to get this coordinate. So this is the set, and set should be. So we have the middle point, and we can get from the middle point we can get this the height. So we have the x here. We can get the height. So it's the same height as the middle point. Middle point set. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to put this drawing to my other screen, and I'm going to open VS Code here, and that's the last point we are going to be calculating. It's going to be a little bit of a choppy curve, but it's okay. We don't want to be calculating like I could like create maybe a function that calculates all these points now that we have the basic functionality. But I think that 5 points is going to be okay for our purposes. We don't want to be overcomplicating things. So how are we going to get this x? We're going to say dot x equal to the formula that we wrote before. That's start dot x plus start in parentheses start times -1 start dot x, sorry, times -1 divided by 8, and let's put res1. We have to assign the set value, and here we can assign the middle point dot set value. So now we have calculated all the points that we need, and I'm going to say here on the top, on top here, Noob Game says, sorry friend, I will leave. Oh, don't worry, it's okay. It was a pleasure having you here, and you're welcome to join back whenever you want. And if you can't join today, there's going to be other streams tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. So have a good day and good luck. And Sirkat Finland says bye. Are you saying bye too, or are you saying bye to Noob Games? Okay, so now that we have this start position, we will need to say here vector 3 an array. So we need to get a lot of points on this of vectors, and this is going to be called path, or yeah, I think path is just a great name. Noob Game says, thank, have a good day, and luck, you too. Bye bye. Bye bye. I said it to Noob Games. Okay, Zero Cat Finland. I'm going to be right back. So I'm not going to take too long. Be right back. Okay, I'm already back, and I'm going to just name this variable correctly, path. And the path is not assigned because we're going to get the path here on start path. It's equal to, I can assign it here below the start position. Path is equal to, how is this function called? Get curve path. Get curve path. And this is, yeah, I'm returning a vector tree, an array of vector tree with start and an end. And I need to say here, start position, and I don't even think we need that variable, but let's just see how it works for now. A start position, and the end position is vector 3 at 0, because we are always going to be on the middle of the screen. So that's 0, 0, 0 on all x, y, and z. And let's see. So here, we need to create another variable here to see the current point. Sirgat Finland says, what game should I make for my learning project in Unity? I think you should try to generate some ideas, like think about some video game ideas that you would like to make that are the most simple that you can imagine, like maybe one mechanic or a maximum of 2 mechanics. And yeah, just give yourself a deadline and try to stick to it, and maybe do something that you haven't done before. So that's the purpose of learning. So the next time, like you do a project, so the next time you do something similar, you know how to do it and you can do it faster. And that's the best way of learning, just doing things that you haven't done already, because if you are doing things that you already know, you're not learning as much as you could be learning. So I also follow that tip too, because I always like to do some things that I have never done before. Like, for example, my previous game was a tower combination game. Was a tower defense. The name is Blangard, and basically I haven't I didn't know how I was going to do the main mechanic of the game. So that was really interesting, trying to figure out all the stuff to make that game work. And it was like, I think it took me like 41 days. You can see in the devlog. It was like 2 months, honestly. It was like 2 months. But the days of development were 41. So yeah, it took a long time, but it's kind of the magic of learning new stuff. Okay, so here I need a new variable, or sorry, a new float, or should I say, yeah, I need an int index. That's going to be a current path index, and it's going to start at 1. At 1, yeah, here. And what will we do now is here we have the movements here. Yeah, where is it? Calculate movement. Yeah, so here we are calculating all the movements for enemies, and we are going to be doing this. So I'm going to copy the same behavior that we have for the straight movement type. And I hope that I answered your question, as I hope the question that I gave to your question was the one that you were looking for. If not, I can give you some more ideas of what games you could be making for learning, in case that it wasn't enough with what I said before. Okay, so this is the normal way of moving on a straight line. And what I want to do here is say, I no longer want to move in a straight line, so the direction the direction. I'm calculating the direction here, and I'm going to say now the direction is no longer that. The direction is the current point. The current point. Let's see. Direction equal to the. So here we're doing player position. That's our from, and then that's to, from and to. So that's from, to. So we are going to be in the path, the current path index minus, or current path index minus the path, current path index, path, current path index, and this should be -1, because we want the previous point. Like, for example, if I'm moving towards the next point, I want this to be, this is the next point I want to move to, and this is the point that I'm currently at. And I want to say here that, okay, that should work. Now we have to change the current path index when we get to the point. So we can debug here if let's calculate the distances between these 2 points. Vector 3 distance, and distance is going to ask us for 2 vectors. One it's going to be path, or we can just copy this here, and instead of subtracting them, we're going to be putting them here. Okay. Surgat Finland says, yes, I think some kind of 2D game. I'm making a game now, but I think I don't have the skill to do it. So now I'm starting a learning project. That's super cool. Yeah, because you don't have to necessarily abandon the games that you couldn't complete. Because I remember, like, the first one of the first games that I did, like, I had to abandon because I didn't know how to continue. But you shouldn't delete that project. Like, you should let it on standby for when you get the sufficient skills, you can complete what you were planning. If you have friends or maybe professors, I don't know if you are on college, or is it just a hobby, or if you're in school, I think you can ask your teachers or collaborators, or maybe find a community on Discord or other platform that is interested in the same topic. And there are a lot of helpful people on the internet that are more that are really enthusiastic to help you. And talking about Discord servers, I think maybe when next week or sometime, I'm going to add a Discord server, so you can contact me in an easier way. Because yesterday, Negrev, that's someone that's here, that has been here from Monday. Like, he started watching from the beginning of this project. He wanted to send me some screenshots, and he had to go to X to send it to me. So I think that having a Discord server would be kind of cool, so you can send me stuff easier. Okay, so what's the problem here? Cannot implicitly convert type float to bool. And what's a bool here? I think I'm passing 2 vectors, not. Oh, okay. So yeah, because I'm on an if this distance is minus, or sorry, less than let's say 0.1 f, and I want to debug this before, so we know what's the so we know the distance that we have before we check or we do some ifs with it. Okay, so I want to debug that log vector tree, or I'm going to say distance here, distance to here, and I'm going to put the calculation here, vector tree, that distance. I'm going to use copy here, and I like to put plus here for my messages. I like to separate it and put a time, so I know when I sent that message. And that should be enough for now. So what I want to do when this happens, I want to first check if the current path index is less. Chadil, you're here. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. This is the 4th day of making the game in the on 10 days, and we have been doing some progress here. We're finishing the logic for the last movement type of one of the enemies, and after that, when we finish that, we can finally move on to designing the enemies and doing some other stuff to make the game look visually pleasing. So yeah, I'm so glad to have you here again. How are you doing? Like, let me know how you're doing. How's your day going? Current path index, I need to know if the current path index is less than if it's less than the current path index, or no, what I need is the path, that length. So that way I'm going to be avoiding the index of the current path index being higher than the length of the array, so I don't get an error. Okay, so now that we have that, if that's not the case, I'm going to say here current path index plus plus. So basically I'm adding one to the path. And let me check if this is working. But first, to check this, we need to go to the enemy spawner, and instead of enemy really slow, we are trying the enemy here. Let's see, enemy strike. This is a curve, so we are trying the enemies slow. And enemy spawner, I'm just drawing the enemy slow here. Enemy slow, you can't see that because I'm covering with my face, but I'm just assigning something in the inspector. Okay, let's just save, and let's play so we can see how this is going. Okay, so now the enemies should start spawning. And they don't seem to be working as intended, but that's okay. We can later check why they are not working as intended. This is a mess. This is a mess. Sigan Streamer just followed. Thank you for the follow, Sigan Streamer. I'm glad to have you here. Okay, so this is not working. Hi, how are you, Sigan Streamer? We are just making a game in 10 days. This is day 4 of the development, and we are making the movement logic for one of our enemies, and it's currently super bugged and it's not working at all. So yeah, that's what we're doing. And we're making this challenge for a reason. We want to finish this game in these 10 days because on November 1st is going to be starting a game jam that I really, really want to participate in. So we have to finish it before that, or we are not going to be able to participate. So I want to debug this code. I want to know what the messages they are sending. What are the messages they are sending? And maybe I want to put a visualizer on. I'm going to put just a point here. I'm going to make a sphere. Create empty. Visualizer sphere. I'm going to call it. What's a game jam? Oh, sorry for not explaining it. A game jam is basically an event where game developers gather to make a game with a specific theme. With a specific theme and limitations in a set with a set deadline. So, for example, an example of a game jam would be the past one that I did before was they have 2 weeks where you have to make the game. They give you a theme. For example, it was evolution. I think that was the theme, and the limitation oh yeah, but what's the name? What game jam is this one here? It's game of here. It's organized or hosted by GitHub, and second streamer says something. Put a counter showing how many fights you got per second. How many fights? What do you mean by fights? Second streamer. Okay, so Zero Cats Finland. Yeah, but what's the name? This is one. This is the one. So yeah, I've joined the game jam, and it's going to be starting in 8 days. So we're going to be having to do this. It's going to be starting the next Friday, or not this Friday, but the one after this. So we are going to have to work this week on the Saturday. So we get the 10 days of developing, and we can start to do this game jam when it starts. But I don't think I'm going to be able to stream, or rather to start the first day, because it starts at 4:37 p.m. where I live, and I can only work on the streams and the developing from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. To 1 p.m. Zero Cat Finland says, "Oh, I checked that like 5 days ago. Maybe join that. I maybe join that. That would be so cool. There are so many people joining. You can see here there are 3,700 people joining. That's going to be so fun, and it's a month of game dev, so you will have a lot of time to do a game with the ideas that they will give you. So yeah, and that would work as a learning project too, because you're going to be having limitations that you wouldn't have thought of normally. So yeah, and they have like a bunch of resources for you if you are trying to learn a new language or something. So yeah, that's a pretty cool game jam to start. Okay, I'm just going to close this thing, and I'm going to, I was doing a visualizer, path visualizer point. And where is this? I'm going to zero this out. I'm going to add a mesh filter. I'm going to say this is a sphere. I'm going to put this a mesh renderer. And I'm going to assign this a green material. And I'm going to say 0.5, 0.5. And I'm going to make this. Second streamer says, make the music for the game so it can look cooler. I don't think I will make the music, because I don't have any experience on making music, but I will find some music that fits this game when we get to that point, because now we are focusing on having the game functional, then adding the visuals, then the audio, and then polishing a little bit more. Okay, so path visualizer point, I'm going to make this prefab path visualizer here, prefabs, and I'm going to delete it from the scene. Zero Cat Finland says, I have to leave. It's okay. I really appreciate that you came here and spent some time with me while I develop this game. And good luck with your game development journey. And I hope that I can see you again in another stream or maybe as a participant on the Game of Game Jam. So, yeah, good luck to you and see you again next time. Okay, so what do we have to do now? We have to go to the enemy. Here on the enemy, I'm going to say here I want to put a serialized field, field, private, private game object. And I'm going to call this path visualizer point prefab, or just path visualizer point. And I want to say that for each after assigning the point, I want to say for each vector tree on points in path, I will say instantiate. And what do I want to spawn here? I want to spawn the visualizer. So path visualizer point. Where do I want to spawn it? On the point that we are at. And the quaternion that rotation should be quaternion that identity. That's just the default rotation of an object. So now we're going to be able to see what's the path that the enemies are calculating. So let's just put start. And when they start spawning, I can, okay. So I didn't assign the prefab to the enemies, so they don't have anything to spawn. So I'm just going to say here, path visualizer point, I have to assign the path visualizer point here. And let's try again. And let's wait for the enemies to spawn. And okay, here I can see the points of two enemies. That's the path of two enemies, and these are getting distorted for some reason. Oh, because I have them, this path visualizer point, it's 0.5, 0.5, but 1. So I need to change this so we can see this better. Second Streamer says, since the game is just English, add languages like Russian, French, Portuguese, Hungary, and Spanish. It's going to be really difficult because it's a really small game. I'm not trying to make a really long game. This is just going to be in 10 days. So that's going to be taking a lot of the time of development if I want to put this game on different languages. But you're not going to be needing to know any of the languages because you're just going to press play and that's it. You will not have to. It's very intuitive. You're just going to use space and clicking. So no big deal. It's not really necessary. Okay, so here I have some. I'm going to reset this, and I'm going to wait for the first enemy to spawn here. Okay, yeah. So the first enemy spawn here, and these are the points that the enemy is going to follow, right? Here, here. somewhere along the way it didn't work. And I want to say here, let's check. I'm going to deactivate the enemy spawner, and let's just see if the enemy is going to follow these points. Yeah, it's not following the points. So maybe it could be that I have to do this on the other way around. The other way around. Here, on here, here. Maybe the current path index is I have to make this like this. Yeah, here. Let's see if this works right now. Let's see, let's see. Okay, now the enemies should be spawning. And I want to pause the game and delete the enemy spawner now, or rather deactivate it. And yeah, the enemy doesn't seem to be working, like it's not following the points. And the points are not working either. So it's just like going straight to the player, and that's not the intended behavior. Or I could be doing something wrong with the visualization. Maybe that's it. I'm going to just check. Okay, so here for each vector tree in path, I'm calculating, or rather spawning. Second streamer says add textures and lighting. Yeah, I'm going to do that when we finish with the basic functionality, because the priority now is making the enemies, and later we will do that stuff. Okay, so path visualizer point P in path. So for each point in this path, I'm going to say spawn this the path visualizer point. And that shouldn't be generating errors, but I think that I can just say like here, I'm just going to wait until maybe I can put this on, I'm going to make this game object, and I'm going to catch it on game object. I'm going to store it here and say game object that parent, or transform that parent equal this that transform. So if we want to see each path, we can select just the enemy and it's going to show its path. Okay, let's wait for one to appear. So that's more like a path. So yeah, this is enemy slow. Let's see if this. I don't think that it's working at all. Yeah, let's just continue here. It's all messed up. I don't know why. But let's just say here. Let's go back to the get curve because here is we later can make that the yeah, we later can make that the enemy follows the path, but first we need to make the path actually be the one that we wanted to follow. So for now, we're just going to instantiate those points without making them into a variable. Okay. So here on the get curve, we're going back to the drawing here. So this should work only when this should work only when you are like right here. So maybe because we were on the other quadrants of the screen, it wasn't working, but it should work either way. Because let's just do some calculations for the other paths. So for example, let's make this one. Let's make this one. So here, I'm going to, yeah, I'm going to say, okay, so how should we get this point? This is like x divided by 2, and I'm not sure why it's not working. Okay, so let's see here. Or rather, let's just use the drawing again. Okay, let's just analyze what is happening that's not correct. So we could just put pause here, pause, and we are not going to be spawning the, we're going to put play, and we're not going to be using the enemy spawner to spawn the enemies, but we are going to be putting them manually. Okay, so enemy slow is the one that we need. Okay, so the next, yeah, the next step should calculate the paths. So the path here is okay, so this is the start. The start. This is the start. This the next point is here. Next one. So this is getting this is the middle point that we calculated before, and I don't know why it's here. Okay, so maybe we have, how do we get the middle point here? How do we get this point here? We are going to be getting this is the start, this is the end. And we're going to get this point here by saying, by making this basically. Just x divided by 2 times minus 1. So that's not all, or is it? Because yeah, x divided by 2 times minus 1 is going to be equal to, let's say for example here, the start x, it's minus 150 divided by 2, it's 75. So yeah, we should, instead of just assigning it, we should add this to our median point or middle point. So on the middle point, let's see, middle point here, middle point, it's equal to start, and we are going to be adding plus equals this. So let's see how this works or how this looks on our game now. Because some of the calculations that we were doing before had to do with how the middle point was set up. So yeah, enemy slow. Let's put an enemy here, enemy slow, and let it calculate its path. So now what's happening? This is the first point, then this is the second, and this is the middle point. On the middle point, it's not being calculated correctly. So let's put another enemy here, but first let's delete enemy slow, and the path visualizer points. And let's put another enemy here. Enemy like here. Yeah. And okay, this is not working either. Okay, our first point is here. Our second is there. And this is our highest point there. So let's just make our... I just want to debug these points because I want to know the coordinates. Okay, so I'm going to make this these variables be stored on top. This point is bigger than 0. I'm going to put this here. I'm going to put this here. Yeah, here. And that's equal to start. Or I'm going to put it like here. Yeah. Okay. So now I can say like, oh, that should be enough as a comment. Yeah. Here. Okay, so middle point. We have equal start here. Okay. And we have to assign before here, yeah, before it starts, I'm going to assign the middle point. Middle point, it's going to equal to start point, start position, sorry. Blue Stickman, hi, welcome back. You were were you on yesterday's stream or other stream? I remember that you were in one of our streams, and this is day 4 of our streaming of making a game in 10 days, and we are making some good progress. But today we are doing some movement types, and the third movement type is not working at all, and we have been like 2.5 hours trying to solve it, but it's all messed up, and we have lost like half of a day already trying to make this work, and it's not working. But that's okay, because we are going to try to fix it, and maybe yeah, if we can't fix this on this stream, like we lose this day, we are going to just discard this movement and make the things that are necessary for you were here yesterday, and it looks like you are better and smarter than me, because I can even code in Python. You shouldn't say that. I've been coding for a long time, and I'm struggling right here. I spent all this day and I haven't done a single task on Notion. So on this particular day, you shouldn't even be saying stuff like that. If you think that you can even code in Python, it's because you just have to put some more time into it, or maybe just start with another language that's easier to understand for you, or maybe I don't know, try Construct, gdevelop, or something. But it's like, of course, you're not going to understand I don't know, C++ if you can understand some more basic stuff before. So yeah, you should start from the ground up. And it's not that you are not smart. I think that anyone can learn how to code. So don't say that stuff. Okay. So yeah, what are we doing here? We are assigning some of these variables. We're getting them out of out of this function, and I'm going to just reset the game and see what happens. Okay, so let's pause. Let's play. And it's like every time you don't know how to do something, or every time something is messed up, you're learning something. And when you actually can finish it, or when you can't, you know where you have to work. Lustigman says, my school is learning powers in math, while I know that square root is x elevated 1 over 2. The cube root is x elevated 1 over 3, and so on. You could be you if you know more than they are teaching you in your school or in this particular class, you can use that time to learn some other stuff, or maybe try to come up with other things that would be beneficial to your learning. Like maybe if you want to implement something that's related to a video game or something that you're interested in doing, you could ask your professor to work those specific problems with you, and you can get the best out of the school that way. And that's good that you already know your stuff, so that that shows that you are putting the time or putting the work that's required for you to know that stuff. Okay, so let's see if this works. No, this doesn't work. So this is the median point. This should be the point that this should be right here, like here. And no, it's not calculated as intended. So let's get back to here. What could be happening that's not allowing us to get the median point? Maybe I'm just going to forget about the connection points. Like I'm just going to say 3 here, and maybe I was doing something wrong. Connection point start. We'll start. Let's see. What am I doing with the connection point? Okay, I'm assigning the connection point here. But I'm never using the connection point. So maybe that's why it wasn't working. Because the highest point, the highest point Okay, so connection point and let's see. So this is the connection point that connects one with the other. I'm going to just make another layer. So yeah, this is the connection point. That's connecting these two stuff. So the start position of the enemy and the end position, that's the player. And we want to get like half of this, so we can get here, this point here. So we have, and we know that the only points that are correct until this point, I think are the start point, and we can check that here on the game. I'm going to pause. And let's spawn an enemy slow. Let's go a step. And okay, so the first one, it's here, so that's okay. And the last one is here, so that's okay too. Now, the points in between are the ones that are not working as intended. So, yeah, we have the connection point. The connection point is start set minus times -1. So yeah, that's going to make us here. That's the connection point. And to get this point, I need to get this point, I need to maybe divide this by 4. If I divide this by 4, I'm going to, yeah, like I could get the full 150. Like I could make this. So yeah, this should get me sphere's coordinate. And we're going to change the formula that we're using for getting the this other point. Like, okay, let's just put this. And so yeah, that should allow us to say like, okay, so to get this point here, this one, let's call this the highest point. This is the highest point. Highest point x is equal to and highest point z is equal to something else. So the way we are getting it is by saying, okay, the start point that we have here divided by 4. So I'm going to Lustigman says, if somehow I start typing every letter in a new message, it means my enter key is stuck. Okay, don't worry. If that happens, I will know. That's why. Okay, so here on the x, how do we calculate this? We are saying, I'm going to say this is start. So I'm going to say this is an s, start, that x. Yeah, start at x divided by 4. And I want to multiply this by 3. So that way we can get 1, 2, 3, you know? And that should give us our highest point x. And the other part is saying, okay, so we are here and we are going to do basically the same. Just I think we can do the same for this one, like dividing by 4. Like what would be the, yeah, here? So 75, like that would be like 37.5 or something like that. I'm not exactly sure, but yeah. So if we so that would be the answer. We don't have to multiply it by anything else. So this is the x divided by 4. Yeah. So yeah, let's try and put that formula now on the median point, or sorry, the highest point. So the highest point is going to be equal to and I'm seeing the formula that we wrote just now, start dot x divided by 4 times 3. And the other one, the z, is just start. And we don't need the parentheses here, but I like to put them anyways at x. And let's see, let's just check if the highest point is correct. Naveen CV. Hello, Roman. YouTube recommended you. Welcome, welcome, Navin. That's cool that you recommended me. We are currently making a game in 10 days. This is day 4 of the development. And we have what we have is basically a game where this is a turret that you can control by pressing space. Yeah, you can control by pressing space. So basically, when you press space, it's going to be rotating to one side. When you release, it's going to shoot, and when you press again, it's going to move to the other side. And why do you see those green paths or those green points? Because we are doing the paths for how the enemies should move. So yeah, that's what we're. Which stack you using, Roman? What do you mean by stack? What are you talking about? Which stack? Oh, okay. So you mean like web development? That's a common thing on web development. Like you could be using like JavaScript with Flow or some other languages. No, I use C Sharp with Unity. So I'm using Unity, C Sharp. I use GitHub for version control, and I use VS Code for my coding. So that's basically all that I use yes for making my games, and well, other programs too. For and how do you know? Ah, yeah, yeah. I forgot I put my name, my real name, on the about part of my uh, the about part of my description, because I before I didn't have it, so yeah, I was kind of confused because why did you know my real name? Okay, so we have the highest point, and we are trying to know if we are calculating it right. So I'm going to just press pause. Let's play, and I'm going to drag an enemy slow here. Yeah, no worry. You can just ask whatever you want, and if I'm able to answer it, I will answer it. So I'm going to just put an enemy here. Going to make another step, and let's see. Some of these points are not going to be on the way they should be, but what's important for us is now that the third point is on the way that it should be. So I think it's working. Yeah, I think the third point is on its way, because now if I, for example, delete these ones, and I'm going to hide the enemy spawner here. I'm not going to spawn, or I'm not going to here. Just going to put this everything. Here you can see, if we see this from the top, that our highest point was calculated correctly. So what we were doing before with here, let's see here. Let me just, yeah. So we have this point. Let me create another layer. So we have this point now. These ones are correct, and we have this one correct too. So I think we can calculate these points by, let's see, we could just put this, and we could like divide this by 4 again, like the same stuff that we did before. And yeah, let's it's rough, but it's only for visualization purposes, so it doesn't need to be accurate. It's just for us to be able to calculate the stuff that we need to calculate. Okay, so maybe we can get another point like this one if we divide this again. Like if we divide this by 8 instead of 4, we can get this point, and it should be half of this one. So I can extend this line. And that would be, or, so if this is the median point, or, yeah, if this is the, this would be the second point, I think. So the, I'm going to call this control point 1. And the control point 1, x, is equal to something, and the control point 1 that z, it's equal to another thing. So we can get it for, we just need to, this is going to be called s. I think I can, yeah, I don't need that. Okay, so this is called s for start. So we will need, for our x, we can calculate s divided by 8. So yeah, as x divided by 8. Because we want to do now here is have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that way, we can then multiply it by 7. And that would make us be until this point like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we are at this, we are here. So now we can get the x position here. And here we can go up. Like we need half of this, need half of the height. So we can just say like s s set divided by 2. And that should give us the, yeah, that should give us the x and y for the control point 1. So I'm going to just put this here on my other screen. So we can, I'm just going to stop playing this, and I will put the control point. So this is CP1, control point 1. And how do we calculate this? We say, we are going to check our formula again. So this is start dot x divided by 8. And we're going to be multiplying it by 7. And we're going to get our set by saying, so yeah, start, that's our s on the formula, that's set, divided by 2. And that should be, yeah, that should be, that should make it. So now I want to go where we are spawning or bridge. I'm going to create a variable here, int index equals 0. And I'm going to say each time you index here, or rather, each time you go, you finish this, I'm going to say index plus plus. So it adds 1 to the, it adds 1 to the index, and I can know where we are in the loop. And I will say, okay, if this index now is 1, I want to, let me just store this variable, game object, go, is going to be, I'm going to be taking this thing that I'm spawning, and I'm going to be assigning it to this object. So I say if index equal 1, I want to say the game object, that the transform, that name, I want it to be CP1. CP1. So I know that's the control point 1. Yeah. So I'm just going to try it now. Here, okay, so let's just play pause and play. And I'm pausing it because I don't want the enemy to be moving. I just want it to be static. So I'm just going to be spawning an enemy right here. And okay, so what's happening here? This is CP1. This is our median point, I think. Yes, it's our median point, or rather, our highest point. And I think I am calculating this. This is wrong, but I don't know why. I don't really know why, because this should be like maybe I'm calculating it like this should be like here, something like along here. Let's go back to our drawing. Let's go back to our drawing. And before changing some more stuff, I'm just going to add another layer and make the calculations for the other part here. And when we have them wrong but working, like working wrongly, we are going to be fixing them. Okay, so we need to do this again here. This is half of it. Or this is half here. This half. Okay, this is half, half, half. And this is what would be 1/8. And this would be 1, 2, 3. This would be 3. So how do we get this? We can say that CP2. So I'm going to use assign this a name, CP2. So control point 2. We call this start. And we are going to calculate this now. So CP2 x equal something, and CP2 z equal another thing. So CP2x, how do we calculate this? We say, okay, so S divided by 8 times 1, 2, 3. So that's our x. Because you can see this because or you can confirm this because if you go to your calculator, you can make this equation in the calculator, like say minus 150 divided by 8. Blue Stickman says, I'm gonna do some homework while watching the stream. I hope I don't make any mistakes. Okay, yeah, you do some homework. Good luck with the homework. And yeah, you shouldn't make mistakes in your homework if you're going to be getting your grades from that homework. But again, if you have if you make mistakes in other parts, like when you're learning, it's part of the process. So don't worry too much. But try to put all the correct answers in your homework. So good luck. Okay, so here we were doing the thing on the calculator. So here you can divide by 8. And when we divide by 8, you can multiply by 3. And this should be minus 56.25. That would be the x. And CP2 you can calculate by saying, okay, we can divide this again by 8. Yeah, we can calculate this by divide this by 8. So start set, and that's going to be divided by 8. And we don't need to multiply it because uh, we would have to multiply it by 1. Like, yes, that's just 1. So that's the same as not multiplying it by anything. So that's our formula now. I'm going to move this here, and I'm going to open Visual Studio Code. And I'm going to change the formula for the control point 2. Where is it? It's here, I think. Yeah, control point 2 is this one. And I'm going to say here that I want to if index 1, index equal 1, or sorry, 3, I want to say game object that transform that name equals cp2. So we know which one we are seeing when we get to the inspector. Okay, so let's get back to the function that we have here, somewhere here. Yeah, it's here. Okay, so here we are going to be altering this function, so we no longer want this. What we want now is how do we calculate it? So cp2 is equal to the start divided by 8, and that's going to be multiplied by 3. And why is it throwing a problem? Because we didn't specify this is an x. Yeah, this is an x. And here, I think here you only have to say it's going to remain the same, I think. Yeah, because it's the start set divided by 8. Okay, let's try this now. Let this pause. And Blue Stickman says, German language. Done pretty easy. Okay. Yeah, but it's still good luck with your homework. So are you from Germany, or are you learning Germany in school? Like, where are you from? Which is obligatory to study German. Okay, so here I'm going to drag the enemy slow, and I'm going to say step, so it generates the points. And I think it's kind of working, because you can see here that if I deactivate the auto turret and the player cube, we are getting something that's similar to what we were looking for, but you can see that's not exactly what we want, because this one should be different. Blue Stickman says, I'm learning Germany in school, and the homework I just did. Now I have to move on to Belarusian language. Also, you have to learn more languages. I'm really intrigued of where are you from? Because here I'm from Chile in South America, and the only language that we learn in school, like it's the normal language that we have to learn apart from Spanish. That's the normal language. It's English, and we just learn English. Well, you can say we should be studying it obligatory. Like, it's obligatory for us. Okay, so here I think maybe this is one of this is having a problem. I'm not sure why. Which one is it? Because I think that I can use deactivate this, and the enemy slow. Here I'm going to deactivate it. But why is it this way? If we compare this to what we have here, what have we done wrong? Like, this should be looking like this, and it's looking like this. I think okay, so this is the CP2, the control point 2. You say, Blue Stickman says, I'm from Belarus, and I know three, four, if included poorly speaking languages. That's so awesome. Speaking three and almost four languages. That's so incredible. So yeah, you, you should be feeling so good about yourself. Uh, yeah, so cool. What languages do you speak? So you mentioned German. You mentioned Belarus, and which ones are the other ones? The third one could be English, and which one is the fourth one? Okay, so say let's say just pause this, yeah, and let's get back to the drawing. Okay, so what's the problem here? If we say 3/4, and well, we can compare this to the other one that we have here. So let's just put, yeah, you can see here that this one is far, yeah, it's far to the right. And we maybe, yeah, I think that we maybe be putting, we should be putting this on the middle here. So that was a problem. Uh, so CP2, instead of being here, it's actually here. Okay, let me draw this. It's actually here. So that was the problem. So yeah, let me just erase this. So AG Cube, it's already day 4. Is it 40% done? I'm not sure if it's 40% done, but we're getting. I think we can do it. Yeah, we can do it. And it's good to have you here again. It's a pleasure to have you here again, AG Cube. And Blue Stickman says the poor one is German. Oh, I just speak it for simple things such as ich match, Katten. I don't know how to pronounce that, so you'll have to excuse me. As ich mag Katzen. I love cats. So that's I should learn how to pronounce that because that's something I want to say too. Uh, okay, so now we are going to be changing this. So I'm going to change my color. I'm going to say X. So this is the new point where it should be should be. And I'm going to just draw again this. So yeah, I think that's what the problem was. And so our formula should change from this to let's say this. Yeah, this is start. Yeah, this is start, and we have half of the starts x, right? Yeah, half of the starts x. So yeah, start x. We want, or was it no, I think that what I just deleted was the thing that was good. I think the x is the one that we were getting the error. Yeah, we were getting there. Okay, so here instead of that, we are going to say s.x, start.x, and this is start. This point here is start. The Blue Stickman says ch is pronounced as hard h. Sh. This is not a really good message to be reading. Okay, is sh. H is sometimes silent, like e in English, and g at the end of the word is pronounced as German. J. I don't know. I don't know anything about German, so I'm doing my best here to try to read your messages. but yeah, I'm not getting any of it. So so congratulations to you for knowing how to speak German. Uh, okay, so here, I think we can change this. Yeah, here. So the x here, I'm going to divide by 2, and that's going to be just what we need. And I'm going to just implement this new formula here. So now this is the control point 2. This is control point 2. So I'm going to change the x, and I'm going to divide this, instead of multiplying by 3 like we're doing here, we're going to just divide by 2. And I think that's going to be fixing what we had before. So I'm going to just press pause here. Let's put play. And let's put the enemy slow here. Enemy slow. And let's do a step. And it should generate another curve. Okay. Let me just deactivate this. Let's deactivate this. And we are going to hide the enemy too. Okay, so these ones were correctly positioned. I think, okay, so this is the highest point. So I think the highest point was not correct here. Yeah, was not correct here. But I think that the other points were correctly positioned, because what it should happen is like something like this. And it was okay, but the highest point was not correctly positioned. So we need to review what the formula for highest point is. But it's working. It's like already working. We just have to change one more thing. So this one is for CP1. This one is for highest point. Okay, so for highest point, we need yeah, we're dividing by 4 here and multiplying by 3. That should do it. And on the other side, we are dividing by 4. Dividing by 4. And yeah, that works. That should work in theory, because here we are dividing by 4 and just multiplying by 1, which is as the same as not having a multiplication here. So yeah, I think that should be working. But let's just try again, and let's see if we can do the same calculations, but with a calculator. Okay, so let's put an enemy slow here, and let's make a path. And I'm going to just hide all this stuff. And now I see that if we see it from the top, okay, let's just this is isometric, so we can see it without perspective. And I think it's okay. I think it's okay. But the thing is that, again, the path visualizer, this is the highest point, should be like more to the left, I think. Like more to the left here. Maybe a little bit more to the left here, and a little bit more here. So I'm going to be doing the calculations for this. And yeah. So here, what's our yeah, so this is our start. On our start is this problem could be because we are using loading points. So that could be the problem too. The calculations are not made correctly because we are using floating point values. and the floating point values in programming are not always accurate when you divide or multiply. So, or well, in sums and subtractions, it happens the same. But before checking all that, I'm going to take a little bit of a break. It's going to be like a minute, maybe 2 minutes. So I'll be right back. And I'm back. Okay, so Blue Stickman said, okay, O Erganistan, Subclan Namis. I hope I didn't pronounce that. I didn't butcher your name. Just followed, and Valiant Boy just followed. I really appreciate those follows. And today we are making, we're on the 4th day. Welcome back, says Blue Stickman. Thank you very much. And today we're on the 4th day of making a game in 10 days because November 1st it starts the game jam that I want to participate in, so we have to finish the game before that. And we are currently pretty good on the progress, but we are having some troubles making the enemy movements, but it's okay because we are going to fix it now. All right, so I'm going to use calculate the current, let's see, path visualizer. So this is the starting point on, let's see, the X. So yeah, so what's the, how do we calculate the highest point? It's highest point divided by 4 times 3. So we can see here on our drawing. Where's the highest point? Yeah, we're calculating the highest point like this. So we are dividing it in 4 parts, and we're saying 1, 2, 3. So times 3, and that's giving us here on the X. And we're doing the same here, dividing by 4, but this time we are only we are only multiplying it by 1 or by nothing, because we're multiplying by 1, it's stay the same. So yeah, that's the way we're getting that. So that's, I'm going to put this here. And let's just do the math. So I'm going to check if the highest point is getting calculated correctly, because it doesn't seem like it. Okay, so the first one, first equation, or the first equation, it's not like a complicated one. It's just a formula that we came up with just now. Okay, so to get the highest point x, we should we should first get the x on the starting point. So minus 4.97479, and that's going to be divided by 4, and then multiplied by 3. So the x on the highest point should be minus 3.7310. Okay, so let's see, minus 3.7, and it is minus 3.7 and 3109, almost exactly. Yeah, it's exactly what it should be. So now we are going to check if the z coordinate is okay. So what's the formula for that? We need the starting point, this one, z, or is it x? Yeah, I think it's z. Maybe that's the problem. We put a different here. You see, when we wrote that function, or well, rather, when I wrote it, I made a mistake here, because I put here, instead of dividing by x, yeah, instead of using x in this, we should be using z, because we are trying to divide this by 4 and not this one. So I think that was the error. So instead of using x here, we're going to go back to Visual Studio and say here on our highest point, we're calculating it here, and on here, where when we calculate the z, this should be a z. And I think that's going to solve our problem. And we'll just test, and I think that's going to be solving it. So we are going to be spawning an enemy, a projectile, sorry, an enemy slow here, and doing a step, and now we're going to hide all of this. So here I'm going to hide this, and the enemy slow, and you can see here that the curve now is perfect. We just spent 3 hours and a half making this. That's so bad, but it's okay, because we have that, and this is the 4th day, so we are not really we are really good on time, because the other 3 streams were pretty fast. We did a lot of progress, so we can allow ourselves to be spending a little bit more time making this script. Okay, so now that we have the points, I don't think I need to. So this was spawning the points, so I don't need it. And I'm going to clean this up a little bit, because this morning we were trying to use the formula for Bezier curves, but we decided to use another more simpler one, and it makes our curve look a little bit choppy, but it's okay for our movement. And yeah, I don't think I need this. And we are so far, I think we should separate the logic from the enemy, like for moving and for the rest of the logic, because it's getting pretty long. This script is getting pretty long, like 300 lines already, and we are not done. Okay, so this is for the zigzag, and this one is for the curved movement. So now here I'm going to say I want to, this is from 2, so from the current path index I'm going to make this the other way around. So yeah, path current index -1, and that should work. I just want to test it. And let's just play here. Because now when we play it, I was pausing it before because I just wanted to test with one enemy at a time. But we can now test it. Okay, so yeah, it's not working, but we know that now we have the yeah. So you can see that's not working, but we know that we have our curves properly set. So that's good. Okay, so how are we doing this? So from player that position, yeah, so or direction. I should make this, or yeah, player that position minus the current path index. So I'm going to make this transform that position, and that should I think that should fix it. And I also want to change all of this for transform that position. So I'm going to just delete it and say transform that position here. And let's just test it here again. And once we're done with this movement, we can finally move to the designs of the enemies. And that's going to be so fun because we are not going to be using capsules for representing stuff anymore. So here it is a little bit of a problem. Okay, so this is not working. But we know we have the curves correctly set. So the problem here is on here. So what could we do? Let's check our the distances here. Let's see. I think I'm going to put the visualizers back on. Yes, I'm going to do that. And we're going to be testing one by one again. And okay. So now I'm just going to be spawning an enemy and seeing what it's doing. Okay, so let's press pause as play. I'm going to tell the enemy spawner to deactivate. And I'm going to spawn an enemy slow here. Enemy slow. Next step. And okay, it's calculating a path. But I don't know why the path is that way. Okay, so it still works. Like it's if I deactivate this, you can see that it's still a curve. It's just different, but it's still a curve. So it's working as intended. So yeah, let's just put this back. And now let's just unpath this. And we are saying that maybe this is the incorrect way around. So let's see. Yeah, because it's going in one direction. So let's invert this again. Transform that position equal minus transform that position. Okay, let's try. Blue Stickman says, finally, Belarusian is done. Russian is left. Okay. You did your homework really fast. Good luck with the Russian that's left. And I think we are. It's working. I think because you can see the paths of the enemies. It's working. It's working after 3 hours and 43 minutes. It's finally working. It's finally working. It's finally working. That's awesome. 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 That's super, super cool. Okay, so I'm going to just say here, I'm going to comment this. And I'm going to save. And I want to save this now because it's working. And I'm going to say to GitHub here, fixed the zigzag movement. Blue Stickman says, "I'm glad your things work. Your thing works. The more it works, the game is gonna be perfect. Yeah, it's going to be. Well, we'll see how it turns out. But for now, we are on a pretty good path to making a really cool game. Thanks to the ideas and for the support that you gave that you have been that you have given me these 4 days. Okay, so fix the zigzag movement and made the curve movement type. Okay, so I'm going to put a longer description here. Fixed the zigzag not working like getting stopped depending on the angle the players or sorry the enemies started from, and added the curve movement type. It sounds like the description is like one line long, but it was some pretty hard work. Okay, so commit to main, push to origin, and we can go to our Notion, and where it says make different enemies, we are done with this task. The next task is assign different probabilities for each enemy spawning. So yeah, that's what we were doing yesterday. Yesterday I said that we were working on that later. So after we finished Zero Cat Finland, hi, welcome back. I'm going to show you what we just did. You joined in a perfect timing of your joining. We have our enemies with the curve movement type working. So it was like yeah, 3 hours, 3 hours and a half more or more, but now it works. So as you can see here, I'm just going to be spawning one enemy so it doesn't get too cluttered, and you can see here. So here, enemy is low. I'm going to spawn an enemy here, and for example, I say step, and I'm going to just these points are not going to be appearing on the game, but are just for me to know what the curve looks like. So here, for example, I can make this disappear, and you can see that there's a curve. There's a curve that the enemy generated, and now I'm going to activate it again. Enemy slow. I'm going to activate it again, and I'm going to activate the turret again, and you can see that when I press let me see where's the when I press resume, like I quit the pause, it's going to be moving along this way. So you can see exactly that it's calculating the curve and moving along it. So that's pretty cool for me. Okay, so now I'm going to just make this a comment again, and we are working now on assign different probabilities for each enemy spawning. Cool, right? Okay, so where are we controlling that? We are controlling the probabilities of our enemy spawning on the enemy spawner. So here we are doing spawn position, instantiate enemy prefabs, random net range. Okay, so here we are saying spawn an enemy at random, and I think we should assign here on the enemy spawner, because now we were just testing all the enemies, so I just put the enemy that we were testing, so no other enemy would spawn. But now that we are done with that, I need to assign the enemies again here. You're not going to see it because I'm my face is on the way, but I'm just assigning them in the inspector. Okay, we have the enemies assigned, and I'm going to make a function that's going to that's going to generate a number that's going to be the index of the enemy that's going to be spawned. And instead of I'm going to say here, this is update, so private void, and I don't know why I put all of this on the update. Shouldn't be here. This should be on its own function, but before I'm going to make I want to return an int. This is going to be called get new enemy index, and I'm going to call create another function that's just going to store the functionality for the normal spawning, enemy spawning, and I'm just going to copy all of this, cut it, and paste it here. And I'm going to say here on update enemy spawning. And that's basically working the same, but we can have them our functions more compartmentalized. So when we get an error somewhere, we can go exactly to that function and solve it instead of solving everything at once on the update. So now instead of random.range, we want to do something else. We want to get new enemy index, and we are going to take care of passing that index from here. So first, I like to create a variable with the type that I'm going to be returning. In this case, is an int, and I'm going to assign it a normal value, like just a 0 for now. And I like to return it uh, at the end. So now it doesn't send me any errors and I can work peacefully. So how should this work? Each enemy should have a probability of spawning. And apart from that, I think that Zero Cat Finland says, I like the bit smaller YouTubers because you can actually talk with them. Yeah, I'm still small, so that's super cool. I really enjoy talking with you and being able to respond to you. It's almost like I don't want to grow, so I can just keep reading all your messages, and it's not like overwhelming. But I imagine that at some point, that's not going to be like that, sadly. But for now, we are just enjoying that we are small and I can answer to all your messages, and we can have a more of a connection, like a better sense of community here. So okay, get new enemy index. What are we going to do? Yeah, so we can have like generate. We can generate a random number int rand, and I'm going to say this random.range, that range, and it's going to be a number from 0 to 100. Okay, so this is from 0 to 100, so I'm going to say something here. So how should this work? I think at first you can only fight some enemies, and we are going to be adding more difficult enemies with time. So what I'm going to make is say here, I am going to say serialize field private, and I'm going to say here int current Zero Cat Finland says, do you know the mobile game called OK? No, I don't know that game. I'm going to check it. I should be careful with opening opening things, because maybe I get something weird. Or okay, video game. Okay, video game. Let's see this.
I think there's just one Lionel to kill, so I think
Is
I'm
this
just
one
gonna.
what you're talking about? I haven't seen it before. Oh, okay, this is just Zelda. This is just Zelda. No, but I can't find the game. Okay, on the App Store. Okay. Oh, this one. Blue Stickman says Russian language done. Just had to use some words in a list and turn them into sentences. That's super nice. So you're really fast with your homework. That's nice. Do you have any other homework, or are you just finished? Okay, so Zero Gat Finland. Nope, it's just it's some puzzle game. Is this one? Yeah. Okay. No, I didn't know about this one. Maybe I saw it, but some years ago, maybe. But I haven't played it. Okay. Clear the board with one line. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know how it works. I think I saw a similar game on Play Store when I was a little bit younger, but I haven't actually played it. Seems fun. Seems fun though. Blue Statement says the OK mobile game is mostly a white ball bouncing through walls and stuff. Also, no more homework. One day at school and a week break. That's awesome. A week break. Yeah, because now it's going to be Halloween, right? Zero Cat Finland says it's kind of fun. You don't have to watch ads. Yeah, it seems fun. Like it's a great puzzle game. Seems like a great puzzle game. I'm normally I'm not into puzzle games, but I've played a couple of ones that are really interesting. Or where I like playing or making puzzles is, for example, in this game. How is it called? Sea of Stars. I Sea of Stars does something that the stars here. Have you seen this game? Sea of Stars is like your normal Japanese RPG, um, and it's like turn-based combat. And I don't really like turn-based combat or puzzles in games, but this game does it so well that I really enjoyed it. I didn't finish the game because I just tried it on with the Xbox Game Pass, but it's super cool. So if you have the opportunity to play this game, I would highly recommend it, and more so if you are into puzzle games, because they have some simple puzzles but are pretty interesting. Okay, so what were we doing? We are on the enemy spawner. No, you haven't seen that one. Its name is Sea of Stars. I'm going to put it here, Sea of Stars. Uh, and yeah, it is fun. It is fun. Uh, uh, some of my some of my friends completed the game and said like the story is super cool, and it's like maybe 50 hours to complete. So I didn't complete it, but they say like if you really like it, they have a lot of content for you to enjoy. Okay, so we were doing something current enemies enemies to spawn. I think I can give this variable a better name. This variable is going to control yeah, current enemy unlock. Enemies unlocked. Lock. So basically I want to control which enemies are going to be spawning with this variable. And let's say, for example, each time I spawn an enemy, I say like I could have another variable that's called int enemy spawn enemies spawn, and I could have another one that's like private int or yeah int, but array int. I need more values. That's called unlock unlock mm, 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 enemies needed to unlock, or how many enemies do you need to unlock the next enemy. Blue Stickman says, I'm kind of a pro on Scratch. I even once tried to create a calculator but failed because of my laziness. Yeah. If you struggle to find motivation, you should uh, yeah, it's good. If you don't have the motivation, you can get distracted pretty easily, or fail on your projects. But you could go, if you are really interested in doing a calculator, you could go back to your projects and finish them, or maybe do something. If you find that you're not interested, you could just change to another project that motivates you to continue developing games, and maybe you will find some more motivation to finish this calculator that you left. Okay, so I want a variable that controls how many enemies do you need for unlocking the next enemy. How many enemies do you need to defeat, or rather spawn? Uh, so enemies needed for next unlock. It's pretty long name, but I think it's good. Blue Stickman said, it says, might as well put Subway Surfers gameplay on the side while making a game. I don't do that. Yeah, if it worked for you, you should do whatever is good for you. But you say you don't do that. What I like when I'm developing something, I just if I'm trying to focus on productivity, I normally don't put music and I'm like super focused. But if I want to have a fun time while programming something, I put like a stream or not my stream, but a stream of other person, like in the side, and I try to make things slowly as I see what they're doing on the side, or maybe just put some music and code the night away. Okay, so enemies needed for next unlock, and I'm going to say these are going to be first, I think maybe 10 until the next unlock, then maybe 50, and then maybe 100. And I'm going to put an equal sign here so it doesn't get me an error. And yeah, so I'm going to be checking this. I think I have all the variables that I need to do what I want to do. So yeah, after instantiating or spawning an enemy, I'm going to say here enemy spawned plus plus, so I get one more enemy spawned, and then I can check if the enemy spawned or enemies need to unlock or next unlock is or enemy spawned is less or higher or equal to enemies needed to for next unlock, and I need to have an index of current enemies unlocked. I have that index. For now it's 0. It starts at 0. Yeah, so what's the name of this? Current enemies unlocked. Current enemies unlocked. Yeah, that's the one that I need. And I say here, okay, if that happens, then I'm going to say current enemies unlocked plus equals 1. Yeah, so current enemies unlocked plus plus. But I first want to check, before doing that, I want to check and current enemies unlocked. I'm going to do this on another if here. If current enemies unlocked is not Zero Cat Finland says, are you gonna publish this? Yeah, I hope to publish this. I was thinking of making a mobile version of this game, but I don't think I'm going to have enough time to do a mobile version. But it's going to be available on itch when I finish it, obviously. And I'm thinking for my next games, I could be posting them on itch. That's the page that I use to post my games. I could post an update each week that I develop, so you can be playing all the prototypes before playing the finished game. So yeah. Okay, so current enemies unlocked, and I need to check that current enemies unlocked is not, it's less than enemies needed for next unlock at length. So that's 3. That's 3 length, and I think that's -1 because let's just think about how this works. Okay, so if I spawn 10 enemies, it's going to be Sirkat Finland says, "Oh, I forgot to say that I'm gonna make a simple game. Like, okay. Oh yeah. So, are you going to be participating on the game of? Have you decided that, or are you trying to make a game outside of a game jam? Either way, it's super cool because the benefit of the game jam is that yeah, you have like limitations that they're imposing you and a theme that you have to follow. So that makes the project that you make like forced to be creative. Like you have to be creative, force you to be creative. But making a simple game outside of game jam has the benefit of you being just for fun. Yeah, so that's okay. You have the benefit of not being pressured by time and actually developing at your own rhythm and do whatever you want because you don't have the limitations of uh, that they are imposing you in the game jam. Okay, so what we're doing here is saying, okay, so if we spawn, for example, 10 enemies, I'm going to check, is the enemy spawn more than, Blue Stickman says, when I make a Scratch project, I always use a picture in picture for YouTube. Oh yeah, that's a great idea because you don't have to have like full screen. Just have it like hovering over your screen. I thought the tags were gonna work for live chats, but I'm not sure how the tags would work. And I think that you can use. I'm not sure, but I think that you can use emotes. Maybe I have to activate them on YouTube, but I have to be bigger. Like I have to get monetized. I think to put emotes and stuff. So I'll see how that works. So we can have some more fun on the chat. So here, for example, if we have like more than 10, that's the first enemy it needs to unlock. I'm going to say, okay, if current enemy is unlocked, it's less than the length of the enemies needed for next unlock. I'm going to say current enemies unlocked plus plus. And now here, I want to say here that the enemies here. Okay, so I'm saying give me a random number from 0 to 100, and with that number, I'm going to assign a probability for each enemy spawning. So, for example, the normal enemy should have like maybe a 40% chance of spawning or 45. Let's say here I'm going to open. I'm going to open here on downloads. I think that's where I have the enemy stats that we did yesterday. Oh, okay. So that's the same. We were doing the calculations here in the same Blue Stickman. You're going to be right back. Okay. I'm going to be here waiting for you to come back. Okay. So we were doing all the stuff on the same layer. Where's my... Okay. Let's create another layer. Or no, I don't really need it. Okay, so this is what we had before. And that's our, you remember the movements, the curve movement, the zigzag movement. Suricate Finland, yeah. I'm also streaming on Twitch. I'm on Kick too. So yeah, you can see me on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So yeah, I'm multi streaming. Okay, so here we have. So you have options to choose which platform do you like more, and you can see me anywhere. Okay, so here I'm going to put another row or a column. I always mix that up. Okay, so here I'm just going to make this, or am I writing in the wrong one? Blue Stigma says, "Oh, the other stream is for shorts." Nice, yeah, because I think that there are people that scroll on shorts. Like you can find me there, but the one that I re-upload, like when I finish the stream, it is going to be uploaded on my YouTube channel on the live, yeah, on the live tab. So you can search all my lives, but the one that's re-uploaded there is the one on a horizontal format, not the vertical one. Smart move. Yeah, I hope it's a smart move. Yeah, because there are people that don't want to be necessarily like being the other way around. They don't like to be horizontal, or they are just scrolling, so they can see me from there. Okay, so I want to make another column here. So yeah, here. And I will say here, I'm going to put here the probability of them spawning. And I'm going to just put here, or maybe just above their kind of icons, they're just circles with a letter. I'm going to say, okay, the normal one will have a 45% chance of spawning, or we'll check how this works later. The really slow one is going to be super tough, so I'm going to be giving it maybe a 10% chance of spawning. This one is going to be a little bit more, maybe a 20. So far we have done 65 plus 10, 75. So the remaining 25 could be assigned to the fast ones, but I think maybe we could change that to 15 here, or maybe 20 here. Yeah, 15 I think. And I'm going to say here, I'm going to say here, I want this to be 55 instead of 45. So let's do the math. 55 plus 15 is 70. 70 plus 20 plus 10 is 100. So yeah, we're done with that. I think we can tweak those later, but this should be okay for now. Okay, so let's put this to the side. I'm going to put this on my other screen. Here, yeah. Okay, so let me just get something to drink, because I haven't drank anything on I don't know how long, and I'll be right back. I'm back. Blue Signal says, cool table or grid. I don't know what it is, What is that? Oh, this one. Here. Yeah, the I think we did that yesterday. It was just for seeing the damages, speeds, health, and movement type of each new enemy. Okay, so what else do you say? Okay, Blue, do you know okay? Name mobile game? Yes, my page crashed. What page crashed? What page crashed? Like your stream? Or have any ideas for my okay stylized game? Maybe you could go for another color palette, like not make it all white, but I don't know. I like the neon the neon styling. I'm gonna search it for you real quick. Like there's a game that does this pretty well. That's called I forgot the name, but Space Team. Yeah, it could be Space Team too. Yeah, like change the theme of the game. That would be a good idea for styling it. Neon static, aesthetic. Like for example, this is not what I'm looking for, but like for example, the borders of the boxes could be like on this neon stuff. But yeah, just do whatever you want. Like it's your game. But yeah, like a neon or a space theme, or you could combine those. Would be pretty cool, I think, or at least for me, would it would be. Okay, so now we have like 45 minutes left of stream, so we're gonna use it. We're going to use all of it. So okay, let's see if the random number rand is higher than or is less than 55. You're going to use Unity. Wow, cool. With ChatGPT coding. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, but don't worry. It's okay. You don't have the. You don't, it's more normal than you think. Like I've seen a lot of experienced programmers use ChatGPT to make some of their stuff, or at least to help them. And I can access ChatGPT, so I use free GPT instead. Or is it paid? I've been using ChatGPT for I don't know how long now, maybe more than a year, and just for free. You just have to log in. Okay, so what are we doing here? We are checking if this rand is minus or equals to 55. I'm going to be spawning the normal enemy. Else, if the rand is minus or equals to where are you guys? If you want to tell. Well, I'm from South America. I'm from Chile. Really long country, not so wide. And we speak Spanish here. So if you see that my English is not perfect, it's because my main language or my native tongue is Spanish, not English. Blue Stickman says, I saw ChatGPT, but OpenAI just but thankfully free GPT exists. You're from Belarus, the potato country. That's so cool. We're so far away, and we're still on. We're still talking. And I think that Negrev was from other place too, on maybe Europe. too, because when I said like here it is like 8 a.m. Like I start my streams 8 a.m. in where I live, and Negref says like for me it's like 2 p.m. or something like that. So I think that he's from Europe or some other place like that. And Circuit Finland, yeah, you're from Finland, and I like sauna. That's super cool, dude. Uh, or okay, so here on let's just I'm getting too distracted because I want to participate in the conversation. Okay, so now if I say here, let's see our values. I'm going to add just 15 to this, so 55 plus 70, or sorry, for plus 15 is 70. So in this range, I just spawn the spawning the fast enemy. Else if I'm going to be doing the same 2 more times, but this one I don't need. Okay, so rand it's minus or equals 2, and I'm going to add 20 to this, so 90. And yeah, I think that's it. So here I'm going to be spawning the slow enemy, and I'm going to just copy this here, and I'm going to paste it here. Really slow enemy. Okay, so before spawning, what should happen now is that if I'm going to do that, Blue Stickman says, why do YouTubers say 24 hours instead of a day? If they want to be specific, can they just say 8 million 600 640,000 seconds? I don't know. I think that saying 24 hours sounds better because it's like, or you could say like in 23 or 25, and it sounds more real. Like it sounds like you actually did the thing. Or you could say that for another reason, because yeah, I could say, for example, instead of saying, can I make a game in 10 days? I could say, can I make a game in 48 hours? And it still would be technically true because each time I'm streaming 5 hours, so I could just add up and stop the developing when I get to the hour 48. And yeah, I developed it in 2 weeks, but I could still say, and it would be true, that I'm developing in 48 hours. So it sounds cooler, like, but it's kind of clickbaity because you could expect the person that's doing the video to be doing it in 2 days. So yeah, I think that's why some people use the 48 hours. And I thought about saying that on a video about this. And what do you think? Is that too clickbaity, or because it would be true, or is it too clickbaity for you? Let me know what you think. Okay, so here I'm going to be saying something like Surgat Finland says, I find a game called Neon Space. It's neon and space. Cool. Okay, so here, what happens if yeah, what happens if the let's see, what happens if I go over like, for example, I'm going to just instantiate here, or I'm going to do this on comments, and then I will turn this into code. So first here I need to spawn the enemy, and that should be okay. Here I should spawn the enemy only if the current unlock is higher than this index. That would be index 1. And I think I should do the same here, but before. Otherwise, or else, just spawn an enemy. Just spawn a random enemy from the ones that are unlocked. And I think I should copy this here and copy this here. Okay, so here, how do I do that? First, spawning the enemy. This is the logic to spawn the enemy. Instantiate. I need the enemy prefabs. This is index 0. And I need to spawn it where? On the spawn position. Or no, I should actually, this is getting an index. So instead of instantiating it, because I'm instantiating the enemy here, what I need to do is returning, or rather than returning, the res is equal to 0. Or yeah, I think that's enough. Zero Cat Finland says, sorry for bothering. What should be my game's idea? Any ideas? Yeah, you're not bothering at all. So don't worry about that. Ideas for your game. When I struggle to find ideas, I just implement what I know I want in the game, and then I figure stuff that I could combine with that mechanic. So, for example, if you are doing the OK game, you maybe could add another block. For example, you have the normal block that's going to be just bouncing, but maybe you have a block that you can't bounce off, like the ball can't bounce off, so you must avoid it. And Blustigman says, maybe a melody game? Sounds good. Humor. I know. I think that there are a lot of rhythm games that are pretty cool, but yeah, there are like not too innovative, but they are cool. So yeah, do whatever you want, and feel free to ask any questions. It's not a bother at all. So now we are here. We are returning just res equals 0. Even though res here, well, we shouldn't assign it here because that's the default value. Or yeah, let's just leave it like that, and we can clean that up later. And spawning the fast enemy. So here I'm just going to if I'm doing what I said here. Lustigman says, bye, see you tomorrow. Goodbye. It was a pleasure having you here, and I hope that you can connect tomorrow. But in case that anything happens, just bye until the next one. So take care and good luck with everything. Okay, so here I'm going to say I want to check if the current enemies unlocked is higher than or equal than this index. And this index I can check enemies okay, if the current unlocks is higher than this index, Okay, so this is index 1. Yeah, because the other one is 0. Is yeah, higher or equal than 1. I want to say res equals 0. Otherwise, I'm just, and I can do this on, sorry, and I should pass this as 1. Else, res equals 0. Because we only have that one. Okay, so I think I can delete this here. And I can go to the next one. And I start the same as the other one, current enemies locked. And this one is 2. So if that's correct, I can say here res equal 2. Else, I'm going to spawn a random number here, random.range. That's going to go from 0 to 3. So it's actually going to from 0 to 2, because we're working with integers, and we have, when we have 3 as a maximum, it's going to only reach 0, 1, and 2. So yeah. Well, I think I should use here the current enemy is unlocked. Yeah, the current enemy is unlocked. That length maybe, or no, that's just what I want to use. This is an integer, right? Yeah, an integer. And let's just delete this. And let's delete this too. Okay, now we have one more left, and it is basically the same. Just checking if current enemy is unlocked. It's more than 2 now, or no, 3, because we have 4 enemies. We are on the 4th one, and if that's correct, then I'm going to say here res equal 4 or 3. Sorry, and else, if that's not true, I'm going to say, okay, give me a random enemy from the ones that we have unlocked. Current enemies unlocked. So that's the functionality. And let's see it in action. So we have 25 minutes later, or sorry, 25 minutes left of the stream. So I think we are going to be able to complete this task of spawning random enemies. So here I can change. I'm going to be changing these values because I just want to test this quick. Let's say it's 5, let's say 10 here, and let's say 15 here. And we're going to change these values just for testing. Now we're going to change these values to 75, to 50, and to 25. Just so they have equal chances of appearing, like spawning. And we can try that. Siricat Finland says, I'm gonna go painting my cardboard Iron Man helmet in 50 minutes. Your cardboard Iron Man helmet. Wow, that's cool. I remember when I was younger, I always wanted to do stuff like that. So cool that you're doing that. It's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Maybe not a hobby, but a project to have. Or well, it would be an interesting hobby, but I don't know if it's your hobby or it's just a one-time thing that you're doing an Iron Man helmet. Okay, so here. Okay, let me just increase this a little bit so we can see. 10, maybe this 20, and this 30. So now the only enemies that should appear are the normal ones, that's the green ones. Then it should appear green ones and yellow ones. And it is like that. So, okay, this is... okay, yeah, we have to assign them differently here. On the enemy spawner, we should put them on order of spawning. So we have here enemy fast, enemy normal, enemy really slow, and enemy slow. So I want to change them, and I'm going to reassign them. So here I'm going to drag from the enemies to the first one is going to be normal, then the enemy fast is going to be the second one, then the slow will be the third one, and the last one will be the really slow. And I'm going to put my camera back, and let's try this again. Let's just save, and let's press play. And I'm going to wait for the enemies to spawn. And yeah, here it appeared just 1, 2, 2 green enemies. Okay, let's make an upgrade here. Yeah, just green enemies, and any moment now there should be the possibility of the yellow enemies spawning, because now we only have, yeah, so here you can see that now the enemies, the yellow enemies are appearing, and sometime the other colors should appear. You say it's my hobby. Sometimes I build robots or a tree wheel from motor saw. Wow, that's a pretty incredible hobby. Like the hobbies that I had when I was wait, how old are you? Yes, I was the last time I had hobbies apart from programming and this stuff was like when I was maybe 15 or 16, that I really liked going on a bicycle, like with my friends, hanging out and trying to do tricks that I never could do with a bicycle, like BMX and stuff. So how old are you? Okay, so we can see here that the enemies are spawning just yeah, correctly. So we can go back to the to changing the 13 to 15 years. I don't want to be too aggressive. Okay, it's okay. Yeah, so when I was around your age, I used to have other hobbies like, yeah, BMX and all that stuff, and when hang out more because I was in school too. Okay, so this is working. I'm going to change this here. I'm going to change this to the values that were before. We had here 55, then we had a 70, then we had 90, and that's not asking any values from us. So let's just press save, and I'm going to put here, I'm going to put here on the GitHub what did we do? We assigned different probabilities for each enemy spawning. Enemies spawning chance or probability. So different probabilities for each enemy spawning, and there is and the enemies and new enemies unlock as the time progresses, or as the match progresses. So I have an error here. It says, yeah, probabilities. I didn't write that as it is. And commit to main here and push to origin. Okay. So now we can go to Notion and say here, pass this task from doing to done. And the next task is making the basic designs for the enemies. So for that, I think I'm going to use Affinity here, but I wanted to use my tablet, and I'm not sure. I think I have my tablet display as another monitor. That's what I used to draw. It's just a normal, pretty, not like the biggest tablet, but it works. And I'm not sure if I connected, if it is going to mess the stream up. So I will try that. I will try that next stream or off stream, so we can when we get to this tomorrow, we don't have any problems. But I'll see if I have another task that I can. Yeah, we can do that. We can do this, and we don't need to draw for this task. So I'm going to leave this task for tomorrow, and I'm going to be doing this. Change the experience needed to upgrade according to your current experience. So where is that? I think I need to open, and I'm going to save this. And I'm going to close this because we're not going to need it for the next of the stream, because we have just 15 minutes left. So I'll try my best to finish the last task. Let's see. We are here on enemy spawner, and we are going to be closing all the scripts that we modified before, because now we are going to need the enemies. The experience manager that we did. I think maybe the second day or yesterday. I don't remember when we did this, but basically this controls the behavior of the experience and what happens when you get a lot of it. So yeah, this is going to activate the upgrade manager. So I'm going to open this script as well, the upgrade manager here, and we want to make the basic. No, I know why it's not updating here. I'm going to press refresh here, or yeah, it updated now. So the current task is modeling the enemies, or sorry, why is it modeling the enemies? I'm going to check here on my Notion, and I'm going to say here, okay, refresh the page, because I have the Notion open in another browser, so you can see it on stream, but it wasn't working as intended. Okay, so now I can just do this, and I think it should be working or looking okay. Okay, so yeah, change experience needed to upgrade according to the current experience. So how do we do that? We are going to be let's see. Upgrade text effect. And when does this happen? And the experience manager. If experience points are more or equal to points until next upgrade, we're going to do this. Okay, so here we could say that if we multiply it by 2, we're going to get 30, then 60, then 120, and then 240, and then 480, and yeah, like that. So I don't want to do that because it's going to be like at first it's not going to matter, but it's going to be an exponential. It's going to be exponentially difficult to upgrade, like to upgrade your level. So what I want to do instead is maybe just say, okay, now the points until next upgrade. And I don't know why it's giving me this error. Experience points. Oh, okay. Yeah, so now I think I want to do this. Points until next upgrade is going to be, I'm going to add to this, and I'm going to say, okay, first I want to add maybe 10 each time. So each time you upgrade, you will need 10 more points. Plus, I'm going to separate this here, and I'm going to say points until next upgrade. Until next upgrade times 1.1. And what's the problem here? Maybe this is because this is an int. Yeah, so I have to cast this as a float. And where's the problem? Zero-Cat Finland says, bye. Bye, Zero-Cat Finland. It was so good having you here another day. It was cool chatting with you, and I hope that your Iron Man helmet turns out okay, and the game that you want to do does too. So see you in the next one when you have the time to see me on stream. We are going to be chatting again. So good luck with everything. Okay, so here we are going to be yeah, we have to transform this. We have to pass this as an int. So we're going to cast the result of this as an int, and that's going to be allowing us to. That's going to allow us to just upgrade and multiply it by 1.1 plus 10. So next time, for example, should be 30 points until next upgrade. Yeah, times 1.1. So 33 plus 10. So for example, next upgrade is going to be 43. Then next upgrade is going to be times 1.1. Yeah, plus 10. But in this case, it's going to be 57 because it's going to turn this into an integer. So it's yeah, so it's an integer because that's the variable that we're using for storing the points until the next upgrade. And I'm going to put a task on Notion to display the points needed until next upgrade, and that should be on the UI and programming. Although I don't think it's going to be a programming heavy task, and I'm going to be, maybe we could do that tomorrow when we start the stream, and or I think we have time for that today because we have 10 minutes left and we already did this task. So I'm going to just copy here, copy this. I'm going to go to GitHub real quick because we don't have too much time left. So I'm going to put a quick description here. The experience needed for upgrading scales each time you upgrade. Okay, so commit to main, push to origin, and we will display the points needed until next upgrade on the UI. So how do we do that? We are we're going to go to the UI manager. We're going on canvas. It has to load. Here on UI, it's going to be a challenge to do this in 10 minutes. Govenk, thanks for joining. We are almost finishing the stream, but we have 10 minutes left of stream, but it's so nice of you to join here. We are making a game in 10 days. This is day 4, and we currently have the game is about a turret. You're the turret on the center of the screen. Enemies are going to come around you, and you can move like I'll show you right now. I'm going to disable this to show you here, and yeah, basically enemies are going to come to attack you, and you can move with space. Like you press space and you start rotating, and when you release, a bullet is going to come out of the cannon, and then when you try to rotate again, your rotation direction is going to be the other way around, and you have to kill the enemies. And each time you kill a set amount of enemies, this screen is going to appear here, and it's going to let you choose one of 3 randomly selected abilities that you can stack and upgrade your turret with. So, for example, this stun projectiles makes us have a better chance of spanning of our next projectile being a stun projectile. And you said, will you publish this game? Yes, I'm planning on publishing this game on itch when we finish it. So that's going to be maybe Thursday of next week. We're going to be finishing this game because it's going to be the last game of development. We're going to be streaming tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, so Friday and Saturday. And next week, we're going to be Monday through Thursday streaming the development of this game. And I think on Friday of next week, we are not going to have a stream because we're going to be participating on a game jam. And that game jam starts after my streaming time. So yeah, maybe it's going to be a Saturday stream of next week. So yeah, I'm going to publish it on next Thursday. Okay, here we are doing you can see below my face, that's the current task that will you publish this on web, you ask. I think maybe I will publish it on web, but the problem that I have with publishing things on web is that sometimes some things don't work, and I have to remake some things, so it's time consuming. So for example, for my last game, Blendguard, that's a tower defense where you combine towers to upgrade them. There were some things that didn't work, like for example, some decals and shaders that didn't actually work on the web version. So it was kind of frustrating because they were fundamental to the game. But I'll put a download link for. I'm going to publish it on web anyway. Maybe. And make a download link so you can play the game as it's intended. And now we're displaying the points needed until next upgrade on the UI. So points needed to upgrade background. That's what I'm going to be calling this. Nice, I know, right? It's going to be pretty fun. And it's we have done a lot of progress on these 4 days. Yeah, because this is the 4th day and we are almost finishing. Like I have minutes left, so yeah, I have to go in a minute. So I'll just wait. We can't do any more progress because we don't have time in 1 minute. But it's going to be pretty nice. I'm going to put just my cam. We did a pretty good progress today. I'm going to be re-uploading this stream when I finish it. So in case you are interested in seeing all the stream of today, you can see it on the live tabs on my YouTube channel. And you are not interested and you just want to see me live, I'm going to be live tomorrow, as I mentioned before. So thank you for joining, Conbank. It was a pleasure to have you here. Even though it was just 10 minutes, I really appreciate you being here. And thanks to all the people that joined today's stream, like Zero Cat Finland and Zero Cat Finland and Lost Stickman and all the people that joined yesterday too. Thank you very much. And I see someone here that just followed. Yeah, and it's just about, okay, see you, Conbank, and see you to every other person that's here now, and have a really wonderful day or rest of the day. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.